Alright, let me just make sure I can hear myself on the stream. Alright, we can. So, hello. Welcome to the Relocated Review, Part 2. The official halfway mark through the season. Yeah, it's been a while since I've made any type of update on this. But, really, I just need that mid-season break. There's no particular reason for it. It's just, I was just kind of bored. And I didn't really want to do a whole review, especially since I tried it the first time. And I was just freaking so tired. So tired. But I'm back on it now. Hopefully, we could do a full one instead of just doing the conference, which I tried to do last time. But again, I was so tired that I didn't even. I was so tired, I wasn't even forming complete sentences. And I was just making up shit. Like, I was just saying some stupid shit like I was fucking drunk, which uh, wouldn't have been good for you guys to hear. It would have been funny, but nothing even fucking relevant to what was going on here. But anyways, uh, we are halfway through the relocated season, and what I was gonna do. So I usually go through, each team individually. Last time I kind of half-assed it because it was only 4 weeks into the season, uh, which is honestly the smart thing to do because you don't really know too much. But now we're getting a sense of who are the good teams, who are the bad teams, who are the middling teams, all that jazz. And the next review will be the official point where it will be playoff contention time. It's where we get our first playoff bracket. And so, yeah, we go through. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through each individual team, both on the AFC and the NFC. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to look at the stats and awards. Difference here from this time from last time, is now there's yearly awards. So we'll get to that, but first let's go through the weekly. What's it called? We ended on week 4, right? Since the last review. I'm not going to go into full detail with each player of the week, but we'll see. We'll get a grasp of who dominated that week so far. I mean, I'm not gonna exactly know what happened because shit, that was fucking like a month ago. I barely even remember the games. I mean, I got to watch all of them, so yeah, we're not gonna go into full detail with that. We're just gonna go look at the players. And for NFC offensive and defensive, you got Lamar Jackson from the Omaha Bulls and Asante Samuel Jr. from the Orlando Orbits. DK Metcalf for the San Antonio Pioneers for the AFC offensive player and defensive player, who is one of the should be defensive player of the year contention, Henry To'oTo'o from the Toronto Snowhawks. NFC offensive player Matthew Stafford from the Dublin Shamrocks. I don't even know if they won that week. Still, that's very impressive. And Darius Slay Jr. from the Louisville Thunderbirds. Not shocking, even though it's only 2 interceptions. So him making the NFC defensive player. I mean, well, 2 interceptions is still pretty good for 6-minute quarters. AFC offensive, Spencer Rattler. This is back when Russell Wilson was still the quarterback. Some would say that maybe he should give up being the quarterback and give it to Spencer Rattler because Rattler was on a tear, and this is an example of one of them for the Montreal Mounties. And then Zion McCollum, I think what his name is, or something like that. Defensive player for the Buenos Aires Aviators with 2 interceptions and 6 tackles. NFC offensive player, Orlando Orbits, Josh Allen, QB, only missed 1 pass And Jordan Hicks, linebacker for the Sacramento Nighthawks, for your NFC defensive player. AFC offensive player, this is actually kind of a common theme right now. Bryce Young, QB for the Canton Tigers. I believe he's been there twice already. So I feel like he's going to be an MVP candidate. AFC defensive player, Bobby Wagner with 12 tackles and 2 interceptions for the Voyagers, which I'm assuming they won that week if they were doing all that. If not, that's kind of sad, but I don't doubt it. Anthony Richardson, offensive player. I think he's gotten it once. Oh no, he hasn't. It's kind of crazy. But he gets his first. He only missed 1 pass. He got 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. Crazy. Cooper DeJean, I feel like we've seen him before. I guess fucking not. What am I don't know. Cooper DeJean, defensive player. AFC offensive player, could also be offensive player of the year. Christian McCaffrey, he's on a tear with these rushing yards this year. And Aluakun, linebacker for the Canton Tigers, is your defensive player of week 8. And then from this past week, offensive player Jonnu Smith from the St. Louis Sentinels. Yeah. Joey Bosa, linebacker, even though he's not a linebacker, he's an edge rusher for the Omaha Bulls. And Baker Mayfield is on the list. Has he? I don't think he's been on this list yet. No, he hasn't. For the Brooklyn Dreadnoughts. Incredible game that he had there. He's your AFC offensive player. And AFC defensive player is Jamel Dean, defensive back for the Salt Lake City Elks. And those are your players of the week. Now, one thing we're going to look at are the yearly awards. The yearly awards, the yearly awards, were not there last time, obviously, but now we got enough of an idea of each player and enough of games from each players to figure out who's closer to the MVP race, or who's closer to getting the MVP in this race. And the first player, not who I expect, but we're just going to go through the top 5 of like the big ones. And then we're just going to kind of scroll through like, best, we got to do this. Best quarterback, best offensive lineman. Like, we'll do all that one by one. But the big ones like MVP, coach of the year, offensive players, defensive players, and then offensive rookies and defensive rookies. So it's really just the best positional ones that we're just going to kind of scroll by. But top 5. Top 5 in MVP voting. Jameis Winston, quarterback for the Salt Lake City Elks. That is kind of shocking, but also, if you really think about it, not really. He has actually kind of been the most efficient quarterback in the league. It's just the same though with where the Elks are ranked right now. They're not as, I don't think they're as good of a team as they were last year. But Jameis Winston, I think he might be a better quarterback than Derek Carr, which is saying a lot. But he definitely, I didn't think he'd be top 5 though, considering where his team's at. Because as efficient as you are, you've lost 4 or 5, I think. So anyway, CJ Stroud, another one. His team is definitely not doing great. I think they only have 2 or 3 wins on the season so far. But he's just very efficient at QB. I believe, he passes to Mike Evans a lot for touchdowns. He's just it's all about efficiency with these two. That's probably why, they're up here in the top 5, higher than some of these other ones like Baker Mayfield and, Tua, even though Tua's not really doing good record-wise. Anthony Richardson, he's doing fantastic, but Again, his record's not showing, but they're on the comeback. They're on the comeback. Mac Jones. Now, see, this is one I definitely saw in the top 5 for sure. He's currently on the best team in the league, especially considering that that team was not fucking destined. Add on Snapchat or Discord. I'll give you tips. Uh, Hard pass. Thank you very much. Try to promote again. A person trying to promote my shit, or trying to promote their shit on my shit. Anyways, Mac Jones. Uh, on again, we're gonna talk more about the Tokyo Dragons, but Mac Jones coming from where he was last year, he was the quarterback for the San Antonio Pioneers, and they did not do good at all, at all. I mean, they ended up with a record of like what 7-9. They really picked it up in the end, but by that point, it really just did not matter. So, and just his passing game, the Tokyo Dragons passing game, just so good, just so good. It's crazy how he has all these weapons and now all of a sudden he does good. So we'll talk about the Dragons more, but Mac Jones definitely deserves to be up there. Bryce Young, I believe he should be the number one person in this race. Bryce Young, phenomenal fucking quarterback for the Canton Tigers. Who was he on last year? He was on the Montreal Mounties, and he did fairly decent with them. But nothing really too, outstandish for the Mounties. But this year, combining him with Quentin Johnson and J-Mo, this guy does wonders. And if you saw the games, you would know what I'm talking about. Sure, he doesn't have the best record. It's 5-4, I want to say. But, it would be kind of shocking if they did not make playoffs with the way he's playing. But he's not even number one. Number one is Aiden Hutchinson, a defensive player. I guess it does make sense because he does have quite a lot of sacks. I guess we could pull up the stats sometime later, but I believe he has at least a sack a game. So through 9 weeks, that's pretty damn impressive, if I say so myself. But yeah, Aiden Hutchinson being at the top of this fucking leaderboard is kind of crazy considering the talent we have up there. But it goes to show you how much he's really been affecting the San Antonio Pioneers defense and how effective the defense is with him edge rushing. So good on him. Good on him. Coach of the year. I mean, not really much to talk about because it's not like coaches really do matter. Top Antonio Pierce makes sense with the Redwoods. How are they gonna handle a team after they had Patrick Mahomes and Mark Andrews last year and they had a playoff berth? Well, Antonio Pierce, new coach this year, has Justin Fields and Christian McCaffrey. One of the top teams, not only in the AFC, but probably in the league right now. And definitely have one of the best running backs. So he deserves to be up here. Dan Quinn, kind of questionable, but not really. Paris Steamers are kind of on a come up right now. And he's a new coach, so always putting in a new coach will affect these ratings. Like Jeff Albridge. Brooklyn Dreadnoughts, I believe they're second place right now in the AFC East. With Baker Mayfield, no less. So, that's really good for them. Really good for him. New coach, not even like the starting coach. Like Robert Saleh was supposed to be the coach, but alas, here we are. Then Jim Harbaugh, number 2 in the race for Coach of the Year. San Diego Condors, I believe the best team in the AFC right now. I mean, he's not technically a new coach, but he's been away from the NFL for a while. So him coming in and teaching the Condors what they're doing right now, pretty incredible. And then of course you got Brian Dabble. He was on the he coached the Tokyo Dragons last year to a playoff berth, but now he's coached them to possibly the best team in the league right now. So he probably might get the rub this year, as he has before in real life. All right, now let's go through offensive players and defensive players. So, offensive player of the year for the AFC. By the way, there's only going to be one at the end of the year that they vote on. So, these are just by conference. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go through the top 5, but I'm only gonna like talk about the number 1. So top 5, you have Jackson Smith and Jigba for the Caps. Makes sense, but the Caps aren't really too great. Christian McCaffrey in number 4. Kind of questionable considering he's the best running back by a mile. But he is in the race, so that makes sense. Jameson Williams. I mean, he gets the ball a lot. He handles these bombs by Bryce Young a lot. He's really a tool that helps Bryce Young excel at his game. And then the top 2 are Montreal Mountie wide receivers, Curtis Samuel, and then the number 1 is CeeDee Lamb. Even with Spencer Rattler and Russell Wilson, these two just excel at all times, but CeeDee Lamb mostly. CeeDee Lamb has been able to catch some of these hard passes from a long ways away. Sometimes he's in double coverage too. But these two are really effective in their passing game for the Mounties. So it makes sense that one of those two would be up there. Defensive player. Josh Hines Allen for the Canton Tigers. Makes sense. Defense, not really Tigers' strong suit, but Hines Allen has proven to be effective in his role. J.C. Horn, Mounties player. We have two Mounties players again. Kind of crazy to think about, but yeah, one of the better defensive backs in the league. Makes sense that he's up here. Latu, that's how you say his name. Third place for defensive player. Yeah, I mean I think he's just an all-around player, jack of all trades. Not really a master of none, but he's very effective at what he does. Henry Toa. I believe he leads the league in interceptions for the Snowhawks, and which is part of the reason why the Snowhawks have been having the record that they have been having. That they have and have. So yeah, and obviously Aiden Hutchinson's at number 1. We don't gotta talk about that too much. Offensive rookies. Brock Bowers, another Mounties player. Mounties, it just seems like, they're one of the best teams, but they definitely have the talent. The talent really stands out for them. So, yeah, Brock Bowers, Keon Coleman for the Caps. I guess that makes sense. Ricky Pearsall for the Dreadnoughts. Makes sense. He gets these guys get handed the ball quite so often. Jalen McMillan for the Condors. That makes a lot of sense. Brian Thomas Jr. for the Aviators. Really is the key of turning around the Aviators. They started off 0-3? 0-4? No, they started off 0-3. I think. They started off 0-3 and have just been on a huge win streak ever since. And it's mainly off the back of this guy. So it makes sense that he's offensive rookie. Defensive rookie, Latu. Man, he's getting that number 1 position in any category. He's just overall a great defensive player. But then you got Drew Phillips on the Canton Tigers. Mike Hall Jr. on the San Juan Wizards. Mike Sinristo on the Brooklyn Dreadnoughts. Peyton Wilson for the Snowhawks. And obviously we just talked about Latu. Best QB. Now see, there's not a lot of options to go here because this is a crazy thing to think about, but most of the AFC quarterbacks have not played enough games to have the stats to be in this race for best QB. So kind of crazy to think about. But over time, that will change. But right now, I mean, your top three are Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, and Jameis Winston. So there you go. Best running back is Christian McCaffrey. I also want to point out like a couple these guys, Derrick Henry, obviously, Jonathan Taylor, he's been real good. Cam Akers, he's also been surprisingly good. Kareem Hunt, he definitely is a standout back, but Christian McCaffrey has these guys beat by a mile. Wide receivers, yeah, you mainly just got Amari Cooper, who leads the league in receptions. You got both for the Tigers, both for the Mounties. Best O-line is Frank Ragnow, which, by the way, this comes on the day that he is officially retired. So it's kind of sad to think about, but key in helping out the Aviators' offensive line. Obviously, Aiden Hutchinson's the best defensive lineman. Best linebacker is Odafe Owe on the Vancouver Lumberjacks. Kind of crazy, but the Mexico City Golden Eagles, they might have the best linebacker lineup, which is really sad to think about considering their record. But J.C. Horn, the best defensive back in the AFC, and the best kicker, Jason Sanders on the Mounties. Yeah, again, Mounties players. Do we see Mounties players in the top 5 of all these categories? No. Not as far as linebackers, no. But yeah, that's all the players on the AFC side. Let's go to the AFC side, or the NFC side. My bad. Offensive player in top 5, Jaden Reed for the Bisons. He does get the ball a lot. Yeah, he's probably Jaden Daniels' number 1 target, so it makes a lot of sense. Jacoby Myers, also the number 1 target for Patrick Mahomes, despite their record. But they've done pretty good. Kyle Pitts feels like he's sometimes the only target for the Dublin Shamrocks, but he gets his job done well. Jalen Waddle, huge yardage, huge big wideout yards for him. With Justin Herbert as QB. And then you got Mike Evans with CJ Stroud as his QB, giving him the ball. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I don't think he's the best, but he definitely is still up there. I think on the AFC side, they got these guys beat. Defensive players, Pat Surtain, kind of resembling real life in the number 1 spot, but you got Kaiser White from the Bulls, Marshawn Lattimore from the Bisons, Nick Bonito from the Antlers, Joey Bosa from the Bulls. And then you got Patrick Surtain second. I believe, well, I say Toa Toa leads the league in receptions, but honestly, it could be this guy. Offensive rookies. Jane Daniels, the quarterback for the Bisons, makes sense. They're kind of on a come up recently. I mean, they're in a very competitive division right now in the NFC South. But the fact that this is his first year and he's coming out on top makes fucking sense, especially if compared to real life. Ladd McConkey on the Austin Armadillos. Austin not really doing too great, but they can have a comeback. Do I believe in it? Not really. Xavier Legette for the Desperados. Desperados have been kind of sneakily been under the radar. They could make a run. Who knows? Bucky Irving. This one I want to believe is offensive rookie of the year. In a way, he kind of should be rookie of the year. The Orbit's game plan is just mainly giving him the ball, and he's done pretty well so far. Xavier Worthy, though, is the number 1 spot for the Desperados. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. He does get the ball a lot from Brock Purdy. Kamari Laster for defensive rookies in top 5, as well as Chop Robinson from the Antlers. 2 Antlers players, kind of crazy. Nate Wiggins from the Dublin Shamrocks. Beanie Bishop Jr., who does not have a picture for the Desperados. And Cooper DeJean is in the #1 spot for the St. Louis Sentinels. Best QB is CJ Stroud. Best running back is Najee Harris. Best wide receiver is Mike Evans. Best offensive lineman is Sam Cosmi. Myles Garrett, the #1 defensive lineman for the the Melbourne Monarchs. Nick Bonito, the best linebacker for the Antlers. Pat Surtain, obviously the best defensive back in the league right now. And then the best kicker for the NFC is Chris Boswell. And those are all your players. So yeah, that's really it. So what we plan on doing is and by we I mean uh, I plan on going through each team. I'm just looking to see like if I'm missing anything. Yeah, we'll cover that. We'll go through this. Oh yeah, the league leaders. I mean, you can see the league leaders right here. Yeah, you want to know why Aiden Hutchinson is at the top? Look at his sacks. He has 12 sacks. He has +4 against the next person, which is Latu on the Mounties. But he has 4 more sacks than him, plus 18 tackles for losses. That is really crazy. It makes a lot of sense why he's in contention for MVP. But then you also got Christian McCaffrey. He's got the next one beat up, which is Chuba Hubbard. He's got him beat by 150 or like 140, and he has 6 more touchdowns. Now, granted, he does have more attempts, but still, that is insane. I mean, have the Redwoods have a bye week yet? I don't think they have, so maybe they're inflated. Who knows? Pat Surtain. Okay, Pat Surtain does lead in interceptions, but I could have sworn Toa Toa was on that list at one point. And then you got Jalen Waddle, who leads the league in yardage with 688. And the #1 passer is Jane Daniels. All right. That basically covers the lead leaguers. Tackles, I mean, sure. 68, 35 solo, whatever. By who? Ivan Pace Jr., whatever it is. Isaiah Pace? I don't fucking know whose name. Anyways, we are going to go by division. We're talking about teams. And we're going to also mention the injuries if they have any. Because I know that was a big part of it last time. But yeah, we're just going to go by division instead of going by each team based off the standings. We will be looking at future schedules. So, yeah, we'll be looking at all of them. Starting with the team we're on right now. And I really don't want to start with this team, but we have to. Because this is my team. And oh boy, it's the Virginia Beach Voyagers. Who sit on a record of 2-6-1 and are currently the second worst team in the AFC behind the Rio de Janeiro Riverhawks, which, we'll get to them. But this just fucking sucks. I mean, they're in the lower half, and like they're all in the 20s. They're ranked in the lower half of every stat here. Offensive points per game, passing yards, rushing yards. They absolutely suck at the defensive rush game. Like, they're ranked worse in opponent rushing yards. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. This team is absolutely terrible. Any injuries before I rant about this fucking team? Where? Oh, injury report. Alright, well they're missing Juice Scruggs, right guard. He'll be only missing for a week, as well as Sam Mustipher, which I think they just have their best people only regardless. So yeah. Yeah, this team just very disappointing. Just I don't even know what else to say about this team. Let's look at their schedule. Uh, well, so they lost. The thing is, like, they have a lot of great pieces. They have, I mean, Jordan Love, he's a bit of a question mark. But they got Devon Achane. They got Malik Neighbors. They have Jalen Tolbert, who's, he's a pretty good receiver. But their defense is just so ass. And it's really what carried them in that slump last year. That defense did. When they were probably like middling with a .500 last year, and then they had that huge rise near the end, which caused them to be number 2 in the AFC. Now they go from second best to second worst, and I don't even know what to say. They lose a completely close game to the Columbus Caps. They did come. They did have. They were on a comeback with that game, and then they just fucking. They just didn't win. Then they got dominated. They got shut out by the Antlers, who only have 2 or 3 wins on the season. Then they got shut out by the Dreadnoughts the week 4 days later. Then they lost to the Monarchs by 10 points. Didn't even score a touchdown. So for this whole, I like to point out, for this whole span of time, the only person that got touchdowns for this team were Jordan Love. He had 2 rushing touchdowns that game. So for a full 4-game span, other than the quarterback himself, they did not get a single fucking touchdown. And then the San Juan Wizards game happened where they both tie 21-21. They guess what? Voyagers came back to lead in that game, and guess what? They gave it right back to the fucking Wizards, and they couldn't even take a win from them. Didn't take a loss, but it doesn't fucking matter. Then they face the Pioneers, and they go 20-3. So we're like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Then they go across the pond to London to face the Mexico City Golden Eagles, 17-14. A closer game than I like to imagine. Like, how are you 20-3 against the Pioneers, but then you almost lose a close game to the Golden Eagles? It is what it is. But then they lose a close game to the Dreadnoughts. And we're like, okay. Okay. You know, maybe they're not, you know, it's division rival and Dreadnoughts are clearly good. Maybe they're just, you know, they're just a better team. And then they have this game. They lost the fuck out of this game I believe they were up 13-0, and then they scored 17 unanswered points. So it's really the defense that's the issue for the Voyagers here. They just need to clean up because like they had a bad first quarter of the season. But then they had these close games, right? You know, they're close games against good teams. The Dreadnoughts and Voyagers, or Dreadnoughts and Aviators. But I think they were winning these games, and then they just give it up. So yeah, they're like anti-clutch. They're the opposite of clutch. So they just need to clean that shit up. Their schedule going forward, they're facing the Sentinels, who, I mean, that's basically going to be a toilet bowl game because the Sentinels aren't doing good as well. The Sacramento Nighthawks, good luck with that. The San Juan Wizards, hopefully another tie doesn't happen. The Riverhogs, a AFC toilet bowl match for sure. Then they got their bye week on the final bye week of the year. Then they face the Desperados, who are sneakily good. The Mounties, oh yeah, they faced the Mounties. And the Condors, oh yeah, no. It's unequivocally over for the Voyagers. If it wasn't over already, it's over right now. Or it will be over in the future. Like, I just don't understand. Like, look at these green stats. These green stats mean good, right? Like, am I tripping here? And the worst thing is their defense is highly ranked. And yet, look what the fuck they've done. They've lost 6. They tied once. Like, what are we doing here? And how is our rush defense so fucking terrible? Terrible. Unbelievable. Even our stars on defense, like Buda Baker or whatever is, or Christian Gonzalez, like they're the highest overall, but yet they haven't really done shit. I mean, 2 interceptions overall. Like, it just makes no sense to me. But yeah, the Virginia Beach Voyagers. Not like on a serious note, they're just done. They're just kind of done. They're just kind of done with their season. They're just gonna go through the motions. It would be an insane comeback for them to even make playoffs. They would have to basically win out, and as you saw with their schedule, that's gonna be hard to do. Considering that one of their they have to face the Mounties, the Montreal Mounties, who are number 1 ranked in the AFC East and number 2 ranked in the AFC. So yeah, good fucking luck, but I have no hope. Next up, we got the San Juan Wizards. And I'll be honest, this team is not a fun team to watch. I've tried to watch their games, and I just get bored every single time. There's nothing really exciting about this team. Let's look at the injuries, and then let's look at the roster. Because I don't really know exactly who's on this team. Okay, Zach Sealer and Steven Sims. Sealer will be out for 2 weeks, but Steven Sims only out for 1. Other than Sealer, probably not a big deal. I mean, it's not like it will fucking matter anyways. But let's fucking look at the depth chart. Geno Smith, who he's on and off. I mean, he was on a good season with the Caps. They didn't make playoffs, but he's tagged as a fucking mentor. That's fucking crazy. They have Kenneth Walker. He was on the Aviators last year. Did pretty well for them. And now he's just kind of fucking stuck. Free my man. Then you got AJ Brown, Christian Watson, Gabe Davis, and Bo Mel. What? I mean, this team. I mean, well, AJ Brown and Christian Watson aside, and you got Jake Ferguson. I think he's a very underrated. He's a very underrated fucking tight end. You got Mike Hall Jr. You know he's on I think defensive rookies, so he's doing good on his part. But man, this I can't really say much about this team either because this team has just nothing to show for. I mean, they're just slightly better than Virginia Beach. Oh, they're 11th. How are they 11th? You got okay. They're worse than Mexico City, Vancouver, or they're better than Mexico City, Vancouver, and Columbus. Okay, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But like, it's not. It's a team that you should be getting excited for, but like, I don't have any excitement for that team whatsoever. Uh oh, we forgot to look at their stats. See how well they're actually doing. So they're 5th place in defensive rushing. So that's nice. But their offensive points per game is pretty ass. They're the 2nd worst. And again, middling stats. They're 29th in rushing yards, and they have Kenneth Walker. Like, what are they doing? 21st in opponents' points, and then 20 points in defensive passing. Yeah, this team just overall. I mean, other than their fucking rushing defense, This team just sucks. This team just fucking blows chunks. I mean, there's not much I can say. Let's look at their schedule to see if they can salvage their season. Well, they won against the Mexico City and Golden Eagles pretty convincingly. But they lost to the Mounties. That makes sense. They lost to the Antlers 22-3. This is where we thought the Antlers were going to be a team to be reckoned with, but really they're kind of not. Just San Juan sucks, and we saw that in this loss right here. 0-19 to the Aviators, who are on the come up. That was their first game that started their streak right now. And then they tied with the Voyagers. Then they went on their bye week. And they won barely against the Riverhawks, and they won barely against the Desperados, but then they severely lost in Mounties. So it's not like this team is going to be okay. Well, they faced the Nighthawks. Oh, and they faced the Redwoods. They faced the Voyagers again. The Thunderbirds. They could sneak a win against the Thunderbirds, but the Dreadnoughts. The Pioneers, maybe. I mean, Virginia Beach did. The Monarchs, maybe. Canton Tigers, I don't see it. Brooklyn Dreadnoughts, I don't see it. So, like, there's a lot of maybes with this team. It's just not really an exciting team to watch at the end of the day. Oh, yeah, they were on a 3-loss streak, and then they just tied. And they got 2 wins, but they lost their most recent outing. So, there is a chance for San Juan, but I don't see it happening. Especially with their more recent opponents. They faced the Nighthawks and the Redwoods. Yeah, so it's just going to be a very tough team, and that's on Monday night, too. It's just going to be a very tough team to follow and to, like, see if they make it. Just a tough schedule ahead as well. But next up, we're getting into the good teams. Next up is the Brooklyn Dreadnoughts. Led by Coach of the Year candidate Jeff Albridge, led by quarterback Baker Mayfield. Currently 6-3. Didn't they start off 5-0 as well? I believe they did. Let's look at their schedule first. Oops. Nope, that's the schedule. Oh, they were on a 4 game. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they were on a 4-game win streak. Yeah, they beat the Monarchs. They just barely beat the Aviators. They dominated the Voyagers, and then they just in the incredible comeback against the Lumberjacks, 25-24. But then they got destroyed by the Bulls. Had a close game with the Mounties. That actually could have been a win for the Dreadnoughts, but time didn't favor them. They even got the onside kick that game, if I remember. Still couldn't win. They lost to the Blues. So that's embarrassing. But then they got their look back against the Voyagers. I mean, they kind of need to. Otherwise, they would have been on a 4-loss streak. And then they completely obliterated the Pioneers this past season. Or this past game. So, good on them. Let's look at their... so they faced the Desperados. Okay, the Riverhogs. That should be easy. Then they got their bye week. They faced the Antlers, which if the Antlers don't come to play, then the Dreadnoughts should easily win that. Dreadnoughts should win that one. Golden Eagles, they should win. Nighthawks, that'll be a great game. Then they face the Mounties again, and then they face the Wizards for their last game of the season. So, just from the schedule alone, I could see the Dreadnoughts making playoffs. 100%. I know we just went out of order with the schedule, but I just wanted to see if they were on that win streak or not. Any injuries? Only Milton Williams. I mean, kind of big, but he's only going to be gone for a week. Now, as far as the stats go, yeah, this is just what I expected. So, defensively, as far as pass and rushing, not really great. They're in the bottom half of that. But they don't allow points. So, they must be, they must be getting stops when they need to the most, mostly in enemy territory, or when they're in their own territory, stopping them from getting touchdowns and all that shit. Uh, Not really great at the run, which is crazy because they do got someone like Nick Chubb, as you can see down below. He's averaging 3 yards per carry. Not great, but as far as passing, they're top 10 in the league at number 8, as well as offensive points per game. Is that a 9 or an 8? Trying to. That's an 8. So they're 8th in offensive points per game and 8th in passing yards. So it's really the passing game that helps this team out a lot. As you can see, Baker Mayfield leading the charge. They got the likes of Amari Cooper, who I believe leads the league in receptions, or at least he did at the time. They got Mike Mayer at tight end, who's been kind of a standout for them. Calvin Ridley as well. Ricky Pearsall, one of the rookies of the year. Defensively, they need to get their shit together. Even though they do have someone like Chris Jones, who was on the Sentinels last year. So he has a little bit of championship experience. So he should be okay. And obviously, they got St. Ristil, who's a rookie of the year as well. So yeah, the defense kind of needs to shape up a little bit, especially. Well, it's passing and rushing that they really need to stop. But other than that, pretty solid team. Also, I like how the text is almost overriding itself. Yeah, I mean, there's not really too much to say other than the defense needs to kick in the gear. But this clearly, with their remaining schedule, they're easily going to be a playoff team. I don't want to say shit because I did make a bold claim about one of these teams, which we'll talk about later. But the Dreadnoughts, definitely a team to watch out for in the offseason when they're in the playoff hunt. But another team who is up there with them, and the only reason they're up there with them is because, or the reason why the Dreadnoughts are higher than them is because of this tie. The Montreal Mounties. As you can see, like if you saw earlier, if you were with me, because I'm currently live streaming right now, they had a bunch of players who were players of the league, bunch of rookies of the year, or rookies of the league, players of the league, players of the year. Jesus Christ. They just had, it just felt like they have good, like, skilled players all around, star players all around. And they're number 2 in the AFC right now. And this is why. First in offensive points. First in offensive passing yards. And their rushing game is middle of the pack, but what can you do? You got the best pass game. You don't really. The fact that their rushing game is also like that high. Not high, but like it's that low, and they're still doing pretty damn good because that's how good their passing yards are. Defensively, they're middle of the pack in terms of points, and they suck at the pass. They got guys like J.C. Horn, and they got Jesse Bates and Derwin James, and yet they're 29th in passing yards. What is that, the third? That's the 4th worst in the league. But their rush defense is also great with being in the top 10 at 9th place. Let's look at their injury report. Malik Reed, gone for 3 weeks, not that big of a deal. So they're pretty healthy team moving forward. This team is phenomenal. This team is an exciting team to watch. They had that little scare with Russell Wilson being back in or being injured, but Spencer Rattler proved his own. I believe that was the only game they tied. Or that was the game they tied, where Russell Wilson got injured midway through, and they had to rely on Spencer Rattler, and they still tied the game. They didn't even lose it. So good on them. But yeah, you got guys like Rashad White at running back, and then of course you got the probably the best wide receivers in the game right now, or the top two, for sure. CeeDee Lamb and Curtis Samuel. You also got Tyler Boyd in there as well. Brock Bowers, a star tight end, as well on that team. Defensively, fucking great players as well. You got J.C. Horn, Levante David, Derwin James, Jesse Bates. Like, come on, man. Like, this team is stacked. You got Latu. As far as star power, these guys are set. And obviously, you got Jason Sanders as probably one of the best kickers in the league right now. I believe he was on the Sentinels last year too. Yeah, not really much to say. This team is just explosive. You don't know when Russell Wilson will just throw a bomb to CeeDee Lamb or Curtis Samuel, but it will happen. It will happen in games. And right now they're currently number one in the AFC East. I mean, well, that obviously shows you. But they have competition with the Brooklyn Dreadnoughts. So when those two inevitably meet this season, it's going to be a hell of a game. Now let's look at their remaining schedule, speaking of that. So they won against the Desperados pretty handily, okay. They won against the Wizards by 6 points. Not ideal, but they still won. Then this was the injury game where they tied. And I believe up to a certain point, they had Russell Wilson. I believe they had Russell Wilson in for this game. But they tied with the Golden Eagles. Won against the Snowhawks, pretty good. Then they lost to the Pioneers by a touchdown, which is it's unfortunate, but what can do? But then they won against the Dreadnoughts for their division, 20-17. So even if they were, they didn't have that tie, they would still be ahead of them. But then they lost by 2 points to the Aviators. Again, the Aviators being on this comeback that they have, it makes sense that, I probably didn't prepare for it too much because I did not expect. I don't think anyone expected the Aviators to be on the streak that they're on right now. Portland Andrews, they only won by 2 points. I believe that was a very close game. The San Juan Wizards losing to them by 16-3. So yeah, pretty good for this team to be knowing. Like they currently, I think the best offense right now. Well, definitely passing for sure, but I think they might have one of the best offenses overall. So who the fuck knows? Their remaining schedule is they face the Elks, or they do face the Elks, but that's in 2 weeks' time. But next week or this week they face the fucking Riverhogs, which that again easy. Then they're on their bye week. The Monarchs should be easy for them. Nighthawks, that'll be a great game. Huskies, they should beat them. The Voyagers definitely should beat them, and this will probably determine the division. If they're tied up to this point or they're pretty close, this will determine the division. That would be crazy. But the Mounties also kind of get a freebie with the Voyagers. So, I mean, it's pretty clear that, it's going to be either the Dreadnoughts or the Mounties making it to playoffs for sure. But I do see both of these teams making it to playoffs. Just one's going to be, unfortunately, in wild card. But yeah. That's your AFC East. Let's go to the AFC North, starting with the Columbus Caps. Now, I will say with the Caps, it's not, to me personally, was not surprising at all to see them be this low in the standings. Like, oh, okay, well, they are 6th in passing yards. right? But they're 27th in points per game. So despite their passing game, they're not really getting points like they need to. And they have the worst rushing offense in the league. They might even have the worst defense in the league. They've allowed the most points against them, and they're in the bottom half, bottom 3/4 of the league in passing and rushing. This team is just fucking terrible. It's just terrible. Any injuries? Okay, so they have three: Keon Coleman, Tutu Atwell. They're two wide receivers. Oh, that is absolute. Three wide receivers. David Bell. So that's not great. I mean, they're only going to be gone for a week, but still, like you want to be at full strength with where you're at right now. 3-6. Oh, not good for the Caps. Let's look at their lineup. I want to see who's their wide receivers because so they still got Jackson Smith and Jigba. Not terrible. They got Doolin though. Taysom. So Taysom Hill has to be in the wide receiver spot because by rule, the roster you start with is the roster you're stuck with. So yeah, Taysom Hill has to be wide receiver. Zach Wilson, the backup QB. If anyone else gets injured this game, this would be a fucking sight to see. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I mean, it shouldn't. Like Zach, they still got five other receivers. They still got Njigba. They got him. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Creed Humphrey as a center, he's doing wonders. But as far as the rest of his offensive line, not great. So yeah, Derek Carr, obviously, he's down there, but he has not done well as Tyjae Spears. Again, worst rushing offense in the league. Their defense, let's see their defense. It's kind of weird how they have these stars like Trent McDuffie and Fitzpatrick and fucking Josh Allen, not the quarterback. Jalen Carter. He's playing like fucking Jalen Carter. Bentley and Tranquil, like these guys should be killing it defensively, but they're not. They're just not. So I don't know. It's kind of a question mark of why this team's kind of crumbling. Like, yeah, look at that. Their defense is top notch, but yet they can't seem to get anything together. It's probably because it just demotivates them seeing that offense go out there on the field and get fucking all these turnovers. I mean, I want to see. I think I saw a stat. They have the worst turnover differential by like -9. It's terrible. It is so awful. Makes you wonder why they aren't the worst fucking team. I mean, they are the third worst, so it's not like it's not like it's far off. But still, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just waiting for that interception. You're waiting for them to fail when you watch them play. They do have 3 wins, but let's see where those 3 wins came from. So they won against the Voyagers, which no big feat at the end of the day. They almost lost that game though. Then they won against the Elks, and we are like, okay, maybe this Columbus Caps team is not as bad as we think it's going to be. Then they lost by 1 point to the Steamers, which were like, okay, 1 point, not that big of a deal. Then they got crushed by the Oilers. Then they got kind of crushed by the Snowhawks. And then they barely lost to the Dragons, which were like, okay, it's a little bit thing, but they're on a 4-loss streak now. Then they got dominated by the Tigers. which makes it a 5-loss streak. They won against the Shamrocks. Oh, big for them. But they almost won against the Redwoods, but the Redwoods were able to out-prevail them. So, yeah, not impressive for the Caps. I mean, their only impressive thing was they won against the Elks. But other than that, they have only won against bad teams and have been completely dominated by some of these other teams. Like, the Snowhawks one's pretty bad. I mean, the Tigers one is terrible. Yeah, even then, they only won by a touchdown for the Shamrocks. So then they face the Snowhawks this week, division rival. Could go either way, I could say. Condors, yeah, they stand no chance. Then they go on a bye week. Then they face the Blues, another division rival, which they're kind of doing good. It's kind of just like everyone else in that division, and then there's the Columbus Caps. Oh, let me check my fantasy because my thing just went off. Okay, nothing astronomical. Oh, give me a second. Okay, we're good. Anyways, the Blues. They're facing the Blues. Like I said, it's everyone else in this division, and then there's the Caps. Not really too impressive for them. They face the Black Knights, who are kind of on a come up recently. So the Black Knights at this point just might be a better team than the Caps. The Aviators, they might not stand a chance against them. Then they face the Tigers again, a division rival still that they got shut out by. The Lumberjacks, they might have a chance with that. And then the Blues again. Yeah, safe to say it's over for the Caps. If they make it to playoffs with the minus differential and turnovers, I'm going to lose it. It would be the most undeserved playoffs by a team since the Aviators last year. But anyways, that's enough about that middling team. Now we go on to the Snowhawks, which we could see their stats right now since the Caps are facing the Snowhawks. Defensively, kind of under the radar, but kind of makes sense with their record. 8th in defensive passing and 3rd in defensive rushing, but they do allow the most points. And I do feel like maybe, I wouldn't say the most points, but it's middle of the league, like dead center of the league with defensive points. Probably because they turn over the ball in the worst possible spots. But this Toronto team looks better than they do. From the eye test, they do look better than last year. Offense needs some work though. Their offensive points not too terrible, almost top 10, but not quite. Middle of the league in rushing and bottom half in passing. Again, their offense, nothing really special about them. We'll look at that. Oh, nope. We got to go to the team first. Here we go. Let's check the injuries. See who's out for the team. Only Cam Jurgens. He'll be out for 3 weeks. Other than that, pretty healthy as well. Right, so they got J.J. McCarthy, who's a rookie coming in this year. He's not doing too bad for himself. Kyron Williams is doing great, like he has always done. He was on the Redwoods last year, I believe, and he did pretty well for himself. Like he was one of the better running backs Then they got Debo, Adam Thielen, Keenan Allen, and like that wide receiver core or that wide receiver trio is pretty damn good. They got Tristan Wirfs as well, and Evan Engram. I believe Evan Engram gets a lot of the passes as well. So like they do have the stars on offense, but they're not quite utilizing the offense like they should. And defensively, I mean, they got Micah Parsons, who was on the championship team last year, and DJ Reed. I think he did some. I think he's done some good on this team, as well as Lenore. But and Wharton as well. I remember seeing Wharton quite a bit of times. But Henry To'oTo'o, he has been tremendous as a linebacker for this team. At one point, he did lead the league in reception or interceptions. I think does he lead the league in pick sixes? He might. I don't know. I don't want to really check that stat because I don't know where to look, really. But this Toronto Snowhawks team, they have a chance. They do have a chance of making playoffs, but they're gonna have to tighten up that offense, as you can see from the stats right there. But they're not a bad team. They're not a bad team. I thought they were kind of, they did have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry last year. And even then, they were a very middling team. They're kind of showing they're a middling team now. But I feel like there is upside with this team, if that makes sense. Whereas you didn't really have a lot of upside last year because of just how they were performing. Despite, star players being as who they were. Maybe they just needed to change the scenery. But let's look at the Snowhawks schedule to see if anything would change. So they lost by 3 points to the Elks, and that was the season opener. They won against the Redwoods, one of the few teams to actually beat the Redwoods, and they did. So that alone should tell me that they have a chance to actually being one of the top teams in the league. They won against the Black Knights, who were on that tremendous loss streak, so is what it is. They lost to the Mounties by a lot. Then they won by they won to the Cavs by almost the same score as the last game. They won pretty good against the Paris Steamers, but then they lost to the Orbits, who were kind of on a tear at this time. They lost to the Tigers, division rivals, so not really great there, but they recently got their lick back with the Vancouver Lumberjacks, but just barely. 6 points. Just barely. So their upcoming schedule, they face the Caps this week, so that should be an easy one. They face the Blues, who they haven't faced all year yet. So that'll be an interesting matchup. They face the Condors. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one. The Dublin Shamrocks, that should be an easy one for them. Then they face the Dragons. A little bit rough. Then they face the Blues again. Then they face the Pioneers. And then they face the Tigers. So this is a tough. Other than the Shamrocks and the Caps, this is kind of a tough later half of the season for the Snowhawks. So I said they might have a chance, but after seeing who they face, maybe not. But who knows? We might see some upsets happen. We've seen plenty of upsets already with every other team. So the Snowhawks, again, they look like they could have a chance just by making wild card. I don't think they're gonna win the division. I think the division is in the sole hands of the two teams who we're about to talk about right now. And the first team we're going to talk about are the Canton Tigers. If we ever see them. What, did we just fucking pass them? There we go. So currently, they're on a bye week right now. But I like this because we can easily see their stats. top need QB. Why the fuck do they need a QB? They don't need. Bro, he's done so well for them. No, go back. Uh, but if you look at their stats, the only thing they are really terrible at, and they're really bad at it, is the passing game. Their defensive passing game. Second worst in the league. I don't know what the secondary is doing, but this is probably the reason why they have 4 losses on their name. Is because this defensive passing is not great. Now, some of their opponents, they've been kind of hard as well. And they rely on passing, except for the Redwoods, I believe. I think they faced the Redwoods and they lost. But other than that, every other fucking stat, good. They might have the best offense in the league. For sure. They're 3rd in rushing. They're 9th in passing, and they're 5th in points per game. And for defense, they only allow the 8th. They allow the 8th least points, and they're number 3 in defensive rushing. Pretty spectacular. Like, I'm surprised the Tigers are not as up as they should be, but it just goes to show you that their defensive passing is probably what's killing this team, if we're being quite honest. Any injuries to report on? Cam Sample, not that big of a deal. Did that say a week? I don't care. He's not really too much of a factor with this team. Let's look at the lineup. So you got Bryce Young, MVP candidate for this team. And then you got Kareem Hunt. He's I believe next to raise morale by winning games. Hey, you're on one of the best teams. Get the fuck out of here. Kareem Hunt, he is the 2nd best running back. I think, obviously there's Christian McCaffrey, who's up by a mile, but next to him is Kareem Hunt. Then you got J-Mo. You got Quentin Johnson, who, funny enough, is not even wide receiver 2. Wide receiver 3 next to Michael Wilson. But then you got J-Mo as the number 1 wide receiver for this team. And rightfully so. He catches bombs all fucking day. Catches bombs and sends them to the house. Tyler Higbee's also been pretty decent for this team as well. Offensive line probably needs a little bit of improvement, if I say so myself. Their defense, though, look at it. Josh Hines-Allen, Vita Vea, Karlaftis, Drew Phillips, Derek Stingley, Blankenship. Like, come on, man. Aluakun. This team is spectacular. And then they got, my main man, Cameron Dicker, the kicker. Yeah, so this team just it's so fun to watch them. It's so fun to watch them, and it's one of those teams where you just hate to see them lose. They're definitely a team to root for this year, and last year, they didn't really have too many noticeable names, but the fact that they were able to make a run when Trevor Lawrence was injured for the rest of the season, they did that thing with Huntley. Not Huntley. Fuck, why am I forgetting his name? Was it Huntley? No, Huntley was on the Riverhawks. Fuck. He was a backup fucking QB, but I forgot his name. Oh, fuck. Damn it, I forgot his name. But they went on that run, and they did pretty well for themselves there, and they won the division. So with this team, they could easily do that as well. But that passing game, it needs to improve. With the players they have though, there, like, it makes no sense how they're the 2nd worst in the league. But yeah. Let's look at their schedule. Let's see how easy their schedule is going forward. So the Snowhawks, not really too much. So they dominated the Black Knights. Then they won against the Golden Eagles in with that thrilling last-second touchdown by Quentin Johnson. Like a 70-yard for the win. He just broke a tackle. If he didn't break that tackle, then that game would have been going to overtime, and who knows what would have happened. But they won that one. Then they lost a very close game with the Tokyo Dragons. Probably the game of the year, in my honest opinion. Oh, then they lost. Yeah, then they lost to the Redwoods, which was kind of unfortunate. I believe this was around the time where, like I said, the record didn't show how good of a team this actually is. But then they lost to the Steamers, 3-17. I was like, oh no, about to eat my fucking words again. And then they barely won against the Shamrocks. I'm like, okay, well they won against the Shamrocks, but it's not proving my point. But then they dominated the Caps, and then they kind of dominated their division opponent, Snowhawks. So I was like, okay, the Canton Tigers might be back. But then they lost by 3 points to the Condors. So what I'm seeing here is that they're barely losing to the best teams, and then you got that one Paris Steamer loss. So it just seems like they're just barely losing to the best teams. So they need to find something to get over that hump, and it's probably that, that passing defense that I've been talking about. So they have a bye week this week, so no Canton Tigers this week. Oklahoma City Bison they face. Really rough. Really rough. And then they face the Blues. Also rough. That will be a great divisional matchup. They face the Lumberjacks. Lumberjacks could pull out a win against them, but who knows. Then they face the Blues again. Kind of relentless, I'm not going to lie, with the schedule. The Elks, they could get a win there. Caps, they should win. Wizards, they should win. And then they have the Snowhawks, which they have won against them before. So a little bit easier than, oh, nope, don't do that. But yeah, slightly easier than the Snowhawks, but not too easy. Not too easy. They're gonna have to definitely prove themselves. If they can win, I will say this about the Snowhawks too. If they can win out the rest of the season, then they definitely deserve to be in playoffs. That's what I'll say about that. I would say the next half of the season is going to prove that they playoffs. I wouldn't say what I just said because obviously you could say that for any team, but yeah. But now we'll move on to the Memphis Blues, the Memphis Blues. This ain't fucking last year, Miles. No, we're going to, where the fuck are they? Oh, right here. Oh, no, it is the Memphis Blues. It is the Memphis Blues. I was thinking of the Brooklyn Blues. Anyways, or the Memphis... regardless. So, this team is kind of interesting. If we look at the stats here. So, their offense, passing-wise, not really too great. Not great at all. Second worst in passing. Considering the fact that who they have is not... It's kind of crazy. But then they're sixth in rushing yards. I'm like, how is this possible? Well, they do have Rico Dowdle, but they also have Kyle Juszczyk. So that probably has a lot to do with it. But it's really their defense that stands out. Especially because they only allow the second least amount of points to opponents per game at second in the league. And they are the best passing defense. That's kind of crazy to think about. And then they are the second worst in rushing defense. So literally, if you have a game plan, it's the easiest fucking game plan in the world. Just fucking use your running backs against them. It's probably a very easily readable team, but I think their skill matches up for it, obviously, because look at their record. They're 5-3 right now. This, depending on this upcoming win or loss, I mean, each team has 5 wins, which is really crazy. Probably the most closely contested division in this league, or well, yeah, I would say so. I would say so. This is probably the most closely contested division. Um, they all have 5 wins. Canton's on their bye week, so that's going to be unfortunate for them. And Toronto have Columbus, so the Blues really need to win this matchup against the Steamers in Paris. So that'll be a little bit difficult for them. Let's see their injury report. Okay, so they're pretty unhealthy right now. Well, Brian O'Neill. I mean, they're only going to go off for a week. Brian O'Neill is gone for a week. They probably would want him, but Alex Austin, not too big of a deal, and Kylan Granson, not too big of a deal either. He's gone for 2 weeks. So unhealthy, but what can you do? Let's go to the lineup to see who's on the team, and you're going to be befuddled as to why their passing game is pretty bad. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's a main passing guy, and yet for some reason they're terrible at passing. But they got guys like Rico Dowdle and Kyle Juszczyk as fullback. He was on the Rio last year. He was part of that playoff clause where they got to pick up any free agent they could. So yeah, their passing game, I don't. It makes no sense. They got guys like Rashee Rice and Rashad Bateman and Cedric Tillman and DJ Chark, who has he's if there's any receiver that I've seen that has done good, it's him. I think Rashee Rice was out for a little bit too. Uh, but their offensive line looks pretty good. They got Frazier, they got Darisaw. They don't really have a tight end. Shit, their best tight end is their fullback. That's funny. But yeah, was that James Oliver or whoever it is? Yeah, they probably need a better tight end, I would say. But then you look at the defense. They got Marlon Humphrey. That makes a lot of sense with their passing defense being so good as it is. Brian Branch, Petrie. They got Jared Verse as well. Matthew Judon. How are these guys bad at the run? I don't know, but it's it's I don't know. This team, it's weird that they got these wins when they needed them. 5-3, it's pretty damn good. Uh, it's clear what they need to fix. They would be one of the better teams if they just, got their shit together rushing wise or rushing defense wise and passing defense wise. Like maybe it's just like you need to run your routes better or you need to come up with different offensive passing plays. Whatever you need. But Memphis can absolutely be a top team. I do see them making playoffs. If they could fix these fucking issues, they 100% can win the division and go on the playoffs. I at least see them making the wild card. I wonder if that's their goal. Their goal is to reach the divisional round. Whew. All right, well, hopefully they do. And that's it for the AFC North. Now we move on to the AFC South. AFC South is very interesting, and we're starting off with the worst team, I believe, in the league. And it's real sad to see the fall off of the Rio de Janeiro Riverhogs, your current reigning Super Bowl champions. Like, how did this happen? How did this happen? Well, we're about to see what's happened. Quite frankly, one of the worst offense in the league. Points wise, they suck. Pass wise, they're the fourth worst, and they're middle of the pack in terms of rushing. Which I would hope so. They have David Montgomery, but their defense, of course, is their big stars. They only this makes no sense. They're sixth in opponents' points per game, and they're ninth in defensive pass yards. And they're not even the worst in rushing. I mean, they're pretty bad with rushing, but they're not even the worst. So your offense has to be so terrible that you can't get these fucking wins. Because your defense is doing everything. And you're only able to squeak out 2 of these wins. Injuries like this matters, and they have no injuries. This is a healthy team. 2 wins. Let's look at the lineup. Drake May, he's a rookie quarterback coming into this season. He has the unlucky position of filling the shoes of Matthew Stafford from last year when they won the Super Bowl. They got Cortland Sutton, real good wide receiver, as well as Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy gets most of the receptions, as well as Nelson Aguilar. I mean, not as far as receptions, but they got Nelson Aguilar at the top there. Pretty decent wide receiver core, but I don't know. Like, it's just not up to par. And it's not like he's got a bad. He actually has a pretty good offensive line, and he has a great tight end in Isaiah Likely. So what is going on with this team? The offense is not what it's cracked up to be. Maybe it's a Drake May problem. Who knows? We saw that last year with a couple of teams where they're, good team offensively on paper, but then they had the quarterback. So, I don't know. Like, this team is just not what it used to be. Nick Bosa was a great replacement for Micah Parsons that they got in the draft. They also got Simmons as well, who I believe is returning. I believe he was on the team last year. Defensively, they don't really have too many big players. Or notable players other than Cameron Bynum. But yeah, they're as far as secondary, like, it's kind of crazy how they're ranked as high as they are with the talent that I see right here. But hey, it is what it is. But these guys are carrying the fucking team, and the offense is just doing nothing. Maybe it's a schedule thing, because it's kind of hard to explain how this team has fallen off from where they were last year. So they lost to the Pioneers 3-6. Crazy fucking boring game. Then they lost to the Thunderbirds, who were on a tear defensively throughout the first 5 games of the season. But then they dominated the Sentinels in a Super Bowl rematch. They lost by 3 points to the Blues. But then they won against the Golden Eagles. So they've only won against the Sentinels and the Golden Eagles, who have losing records. But they've lost to the Aviators. They lost to the Wizards. And they lost to the Pioneers again. And then they lost to the Bulls. I want to point out a trend. In each of their losses, they've... That's actually kind of crazy. In each of their losses, they didn't score any more than 7 points. The only time they scored less was the first game. They also kind of suck away, too. Oh no, they suck both ways. Man, that is terrible. But like 7. They get 1 touchdown, and that's all they could get for the win. Or for the loss. They didn't even get a touchdown this game. But then when they scored 21, they won. So it just seems like Anytime they score more than one touchdown, they're most likely to win. That's what I'm seeing. But let's look at their opponents. So the Pioneers, obviously divisional opponent, kind of rough. Thunderbirds, the Sentinels, pretty bad team. The Blues, really good team, but they still lost to them by 3 points. Golden Eagles, they won against not so great of a team. Division rival, but again, not great. The Aviators, they lost to in the Battle of Brazil. What was it, by 6 points? Losing to the Wizards was kind of like, holy shit, this team might not be cracked up to be what we thought. Or, like, it's not cracked up to be at all a good team. Then they lost to the Pioneers. This time the Pioneers ended up getting fucking touchdowns against them. And then they just lost to the Bulls, 10 points. And there might be no recovery, because what I'm seeing from the schedule right now, they face the Mounties, then the Dreadnoughts. I mean, they face the Huskies. That'll be kind of a toilet bowl as well. Then another toilet bowl with the Voyagers. Then they go on to their bye week in the last week of the season. They face the Lumberjacks, who they could win against. The Aviators, I don't see it happening. The Dragons, I don't see it happening. And then the Golden Eagles. So they have really tough opponents. So half is like really tough opponents, half shitty opponents. I think they're cooked. Chat, I think they're cooked. I don't see Riverhogs not only trying to go for back to back. They're not even gonna make playoffs. They're not even gonna be close, in my personal opinion. They got to face the Mounties, and they kind of need to win this game. I mean they do, but I don't see this team making it. They could be eliminated from playoff contention with this game. Who knows? But yeah, just crazy fall off from this team. Who, you know, they weren't anything special last year until they were. Like sneakily became the number one seed in the AFC, and then beat the Sentinels, who were on a huge win streak going into the Super Bowl, and they were able to best them. I mean, there's a lot of luck played in that, but still. And then they go to this season, 2-7. It's almost like they're devil. It's like the devil magic. Once you get the success of that devil magic, you got to pay it back, and this is how they pay it back with a very lackluster season. Next team. Mexico City Golden Eagles, who are currently sitting at 3-5-1. Now, on the last review, I said a prediction. I said that, even though they're pretty bad right now, I see them as possibly the best team in this division. And I hate to say it, but I need to fucking eat crow, because this team cannot get the job done no matter what. I mean, they've won 2 games since then, but then they lost 3. So they're clearly not the best. Looking at their stats, very yeah, well, I mean, it's a bottom half team. They're just overall just a bottom half team. And then you look at their rushing yards. 5th in the league. I mean, I guess that makes sense because you got a guy like Kyler Murray as your quarterback. You also have Jonathan Taylor, who's one of the better running backs in this league right now. But the Golden Eagles, it's just very disappointing. One of those disappointing teams where it's like, man, you were destined for greatness, and now, I mean, they still could be better. They could beat out their last year's team. They just need to win one more game, 1 or 2 more games, because I believe last year they had 4 wins, 4 or 5 wins. They got 9 games to do it, so they could do it. Well, yeah, like I'm about to show you the team after this injury report. They have Josh Sweat, who's out for 3 weeks. That's kind of bad. Paris Johnson, also kind of bad for them, but he's only being gone for a week. I mean, they kind of don't need injuries by big guys right now. But look at his lineup right here. Ready for this? So they got Kyler Murray, right? Not the best quarterback, but it is what it is. Jonathan Taylor, one of the better running backs in the league. They got Justin Jefferson as a wide receiver. Michael Pittman Jr. And you got Traylon Burks, who last year was on the Sentinels, did pretty well for himself. Then you got Travis Kelce as your tight end. So you have offensive weapons, but you're not a good offense other than running back. Other than the rushing offense, you do pretty good for yourselves. Defensively, so they got, was that Cam Ward? Cam Ward. I don't even know if that's his first name. Not really too many big names on the defense, so that's probably why. Just overall, like not really a strong defense. But yeah. I mean, there's again not much to say. Their run game is fantastic, but you can only rely on the run for so long. They're pretty decent at defensive passing. If I'm 13th, yeah. So pretty good. I mean, still kind of middle of the pack, but like it's slightly better than middle. So that's something that helped them out. But they're bad. They're kind of middle of the pack for defensive rushing as well. Like, and even worse than that. They do allow the most points. So maybe it's a case of like turnovers. I haven't seen their turnover differential. But yeah, this team it's just very disappointing. I saw plenty of potential with this team, especially like offensively for sure. But it's just that defense that kind of just kills this team. Maybe it's the offense too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look, they're 24th in points per game. Like that's pretty bad. So, uh, is there a chance that Mexico City can make it? Yeah, but they're gonna have to win out. And right now, I mean, let's look at their opponents. Well, so they lost to the Wizards, which is sign number one that maybe they're not as good of a team as we thought. But then they had a close game with the Tigers, which came out to a loss, unfortunately. But they tied with the Mounties. But that was a case of their quarterback getting injured, and they still only tied. Then they won by a point against the Pioneers, their first win of the season. Lost to the Riverhawks, which, again, another huge red flag. Then they lost to the Sentinels by a lot. The Sentinels also have only 2 wins on the season, and they lost to them? Crazy. And then they lost to the Virginia Beach Voyagers. So they're losing to pretty bad teams, but look at this. So look at these wins. I mean, other than the Shamrocks win, 13-10. I mean, that shouldn't be unexpected. But the Thunderbirds not getting a single point against them, and the Golden Eagles didn't have to get a touchdown. They got 6 points, 2 field goals, and they still shut out the Thunderbirds. Not a good showing by the Thunderbirds that game at all. But they're currently the Golden Eagles are on a win streak right now, but I feel like that will end as they face the Omaha Bulls. Who are currently, I think they're on a win streak as well. Then they face the Anchorage Huskies. Who the fuck knows how that game's going to go? They got their bye week. They face the Pioneers, who they did win against by 1 point, but Pioneers will probably know better by that point. Aviators look pretty good. They're probably going to lose that. Dreadnoughts, they're going to lose that. Redwoods, they're probably going to lose that. Aviators, they're probably going to lose that. And then they face Rio in their last game of the season. So it might just be chalked. It might just be chalked for the Golden Eagles unless they find something out of their bag. But I don't see it happening. Not with the defense that they got. Again, the rushing can only take them so far. But I'm sorry, the Golden Eagles, Mexico. I'm sorry. This team's just bad. What's bad in Spanish? Uh, is it like Bono or something like that? I can't believe I'm actually fucking looking this up. Let's go to the next scene while I wait for that. Man, why is this fucking shit taking forever? I should just fucking look this up online. I don't know why I'm trying to use my translate app. I don't know why I'm trying to fucking. I'm so invested in fucking finding out what bad is in Spanish. Malo. El Malo. That's just the bad. They are fucking malo. Mexico City is. The team, not the actual, the city. So I get confused. Um, but next up, we have the San Antonio Pioneers, who are kind of a surprising team, considering how good they're doing. They obviously got MVP candidate Aiden Hutchinson, as you see in that top right. But let's look at their stats. So they're not good in points. And we're going to see a stat, or we're going to see their schedule, and you're going to see there was a streak where they did not have a single fucking touchdown, and yet they still won some of those games. So I don't know what to think about that. But not great in getting the points that they needed, but they're 10th in passing and 17th in rushing, which it does kind of make sense considering the fact of an injury that we'll see in a little bit. But they're still kind of middle of the pack, which is not terrible for them. Uh, they do allow the 18th least amount of points. Defensive points, they're 18th. But 5th in passing defense and 7th in rushing defense. So you could tell what really carries this team to why they're 5-4. If they just need to be able to get points in these games, and they'll be crystal clear. I would be saying this as probably they wouldn't be needing to change too much, but they got another team in their division that is on the rise as of recently, and that is the Aviators. But let's look at their injuries, and you'll see why their rushing is not as good as it would be. J.K. Dobbins, their starting running back, is out for the remainder of the season. Even if they make this, is it? Hold on. So we're on week 10. So yeah, 18 weeks. Oh yeah, okay. So minus that by 8. So that'd be 5. 12, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So theoretically, if the Pioneers make it to the Super Bowl, then he would be clear just in time to to be in that game. But by that point, it's like, why even trot him out if he's been out for that long? I believe they got Jordan Mason as their backup. But yeah, other than that, Eric McCoy, he's out for 2 weeks, and Mason McCormick, probably not too big of a deal. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus my phone. We're in kind of for a big review here because I'm going through each team individually. I'm not like just uh you know I'm not just going through. I'm not going through just the standings and like just getting general thoughts on the team. Now that we're midway through the season, it's kind of judging who like is doing good and how their offensive and defenses rank against the league, stuff like that. Like San Antonio's, whose defense is really strong, really strong. Not defensive points wise, but really helped out this team when it mattered. Offensively, probably not anything too special other than their passing game, but they just got to get points. Let's look at the rest of their schedule and see if they could take this division back from the Aviators. So this is what I'm talking about. So there's no way. Wait, I thought they didn't get a touchdown that game. Oh, I guess they. I got. Oh, was it? Oh, so it was an offensive touchdown. So, well, these two, they didn't get a single touchdown at all. But I believe these two, they didn't get a defensive touchdown, and it wasn't until this game they got it offensively. But they barely won against the Riverhawks without even scoring a touchdown. They barely won against the Sentinels, but I say that, but they kicked 4 field goals and they won the game. I mean, it just goes to show you how bad those two teams were. But then they got dominated by the Bulls. And then they barely lost to the Golden Eagles, which was kind of kind of a question mark of whether or not this Pioneers team would actually be good. But then they won they won 3 out of their next 5. First one being against the Mounties. So the fact that they're one of the Mounties' losses is pretty impressive right there. But then they got dominated by the Voyagers. I kind of questionable. Kind of questionable. But then they fucking dominated the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds' offense must not be really that great in the grand scheme of things. But they shut them out. Then they dominated the Riverhogs. They got touchdowns against them. Going back to week 1, where they didn't get a touchdown. Now they did by a lot. But then they got dominated by the Dreadnoughts. So it's clear that San Antonio, not the best team. Currently not the best team in the league right now. But they could sneak their way in the playoffs if they just improve on some of their, some of their things like rushing. Rushing would probably help out this team a lot. But, I mean, I can understand with their top running back being out. Oh, we forgot to look at the roster. But we'll look at that. They face the Huskies, which, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't even matter who this schedule is part of or, like, who they face. Because this is just a mismatch of, like, they've won against good teams, but they've done shit against bad teams. I don't know. They face the Huskies, then the Black Knights. Then they face the Aviators. That'll be a true test to see who leads the division. Then they face the Golden Eagles. That should be easy, but who the fuck knows. Then they have their bye week. Face the Wizards, that should be easy. They face the Elks, that'll be questionable. Toronto Snowhawks, that will be questionable. All these are really questionable. And then they face the Aviators again for the final week. Yeah, I don't know. Like this, it's kind of it's just a very questionable team that has 5 wins. You might say these are the worst 5 win team right now in the league. But who the fuck knows? Let's look at their roster. So they got Michael Penix Jr. at quarterback, right? Who I thought, maybe he wouldn't do so bad. I mean, he hasn't done bad, but passing wise, he's definitely good for sure. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they just need they just need to get points. That's just all it is. They just need to learn to get into the end zone and not kick all these fucking field goals. Because I guarantee you, whoever this field goal kicker is, Santos, yeah, he is like he's losing it. He's losing it kicking all these field goals. But they got DK Metcalf, Wandell Robinson, they got Zacchaeus and Visca Chenault Jr. And their backup running back Jordan Mason is in as a starter for basically the rest of the season, unless they make the Super Bowl, which, in my personal opinion, I don't think it happens. Defense though, they got Aiden Hutchinson, who's MVP candidate. Dexter Lawrence, sexy Dex. Jack Campbell, he's pretty decent. I say that as a partial fan of the Lions. Byron Murphy Jr. as well at defensive back. Uh, yeah, but decent defense, decent offense. From if you just looked at the team on paper and you just saw their record, you would say, "Oh, that makes sense." But seeing how they got it would be very questionable. But they do need to do a lot in order to uh, stay at the top or just take this from the Aviators, who we're going to look at right now. And they are also very interesting because they were on a 3 loss streak. There's 3 or 4 loss streak. There's a 3 loss streak, and then they've won 5 in a row. So all 5 of their wins have come from their most recent games. And as you can see, defense runs the AFC South. Hello. Okay. Have I been quiet this whole time? I don't know. I thought I couldn't hear myself, but it is what it is. Uh, hey, I thought it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so when I'm kind of like when I'm kind of whispering, it's not. It doesn't really pick it up. Okay, so I gotta know. It's all a learning process. I need a new mic anyways, but yeah, this defense is an absolute fucking killer for this team. Like in a good way, not in a bad way. But yeah. I mean, that's really it. That's all I wanted to cover. Let's look at their schedule to see if they have an easier shot. Because San Antonio probably have a worse shot than them, so they're probably Aviators are kind of cruising right now. They lost to the Sentinels. I mean, that was kind of questionable, considering the Sentinels are one of the worst teams. They lost to the Dreadnoughts. That makes sense, but they did almost win against them. The Thunderbirds. Oh, that clear defensive show. Clear defensive showing. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking see if my mic is catching me talking. I need to like put it on my fucking put it on my mouth like this. Yeah. Oh, not like that. Like like this. Yeah. Okay. So then they had their bye week. Uh, Riverhogs. They won against. Does it? It's not really too shocking. They won against the Mounties by 2 points, so that is really helpful for them. Oh yeah, they dominated the Wizards. I forgot to mention that. We don't have to talk about that. Then they dominated the Huskies, which is kind of like that was kind of like our proof report that maybe the Huskies aren't as good as we thought they were, and maybe the Aviators aren't as bad as we thought they were. And then they had a 17-point comeback against the Virginia Beach Voyagers. So they've had some easy wins, but they've also had some very convincing wins. I mean, they beat the Mounties, so it proves that they can beat the top team. But they do face the Condors and the Bulls. They face the Pioneers. That'll be a top matchup. The Steamers. That'll be pretty good. I think they win that one. Golden Eagles. I think they win that one. Caps, they absolutely do. Riverhawks, they do. Golden Eagles, they do. And Pioneers, they do. So, yeah, I think the Aviators have an easier schedule to be top of their division. Yeah, they definitely have an easier schedule, and they have a higher upside than the Pioneers do, only because they're on their win streak. But they are the third best team in the AFC right now. Well, is that just mainly based off of? Yeah, that's yeah, okay. Yeah, that is just based off of division lead. So they're not technically the third best because the Brooklyn is higher than them. So yeah. Anyways, that's it for the AFC South, and now we're on to the AFC West. Starting with the Lumberjacks. Let's get to them because I wanna specifically see their stats. Oh, Tua got a new ability. Good for him. Okay, so nothing really too impressive. Their passing yards kind of sucks, which is really weird considering they've had some of their wins have been because of their passing game. Oh, we're going right to Salt Lake City too, so It's good we have their stats up. Um, but Lumberjacks are 3-5-1, so not really. I mean, nothing really too interesting about this team. I mean, they're just kind of middling. Like the best thing about them is probably their rushing game. Who's I think DeAndre Swift is their running back. Let's see their injuries if they have any. All they're missing is Isaiah Rogers Sr., defensive back. That's about it. Probably would want him, but we'll look at this lineup. So they got Tua Tagovailoa. He was the MVP last year for the Paris Steamers. Ended up winning that division for them. Got out in the wild card. So he looked to right the ship with the Vancouver Lumberjacks, but clearly it's not working out as well as thought. And Paul Gaffney or Peter Gaffney, coach of the Voyagers last season, not really doing too well with the Lumberjacks this season. But DeAndre Swift is your running back. You got Pickens, Hopkins, and Kevontae Turpin. I think and Naylor. That's pretty damn good wide receiver core. Oh, they got Lindstrom at right guard. Man, that's kind of crazy. Defensively though, not too great. Even though they got Jalen Johnson. Oh, they got Still, but he's in all that. Zadarius Smith. Adafe Owe, he's the best linebacker apparently in the AFC. So they got that going for them. And they got Antoine Winfield on their team, but I mean they got a few players that are noticeable, but other than that, they got Nick Bolton as well. But again, like nothing too special. Nothing too special with the Vancouver Lumberjacks. And not really much improvement. I mean, I do think this is a better team than they were last year, but that was also kind of a low bar. I believe they only got 5 wins, 5 or 6 wins. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, I mean, we could just take a look at their schedule to see what's up. Who did they tie against? They tied against the Redwoods. So they brought a division rival to a tie. Oh, oops. Sorry, fuck that up. They won against the Antlers week 1, 10-7 in a close game. So that was something. But then they only got a touchdown against the Blues. Only a touchdown against the Orbits. So a close game. Oh, they were very much winning against the Dreadnoughts, but then they lost by 1 point to them in a great comeback. Tied against the Redwoods. Now their only bad loss is against the Condors, 7-20. But then they won against the Bison, and they won against the Oilers, and then they lost to the Snowhawks. But you know what? A trend I'm seeing. All of these are like pretty close games. They're like almost all one-score games except for the Condors game. It's just that they're not clutch enough. They're just not clutch enough. They face the Elks, another divisional rival. Then they face the Austin Armadillos, who is like they can look good, but I don't really see them being that great. But like this will determine like obviously who's the better team of the bad. They face the Redwoods again. Then they face the Tigers, not ideal. They have a bye week. They face the Riverhawks, where they may have a chance. They face the Condors again, not great. Caps they do face, and then they face the Elks. So like not a terrible. It's not a terrible schedule for the Lumberjacks, but with the record they have now, I don't see them making it. Especially if you look at who they have in their division. Fucking why am I missing the screen? Yeah, like Oakland and San Diego, they look to be pretty damn good. So yeah, Vancouver, just a meh, Just a meh team. But now we go to the Salt Lake City Elks. Team fighting for the AFC Championship last year, ultimately lost it, but they were early favorites to win it last year. So what happened this year? Well, they got. Well, here's what happened. Well, let's look at this injury report. Pretty healthy team. But I want you to look at the roster real quick before we look at the stats. So they kept some of their players, believe it or not. They kept Amon-Ra St. Brown as their top wide receiver, but they replaced Saquon Barkley, who had a pretty tremendous season last year, and they replaced him with Cam Akers. But I will say, in defense of him, Cam Akers has been doing pretty well for himself. But like, look at the players around him. They got around Amon-Ra. They got Rondale Moore, Noah Brown, Justin Watson. It's like, it's okay, but like it's not really too great. And then you got Jameis Winston, who, you know, obviously he's fucking bringing the morale up. Of course he is, because he's Jameis Winston. But I mean, he's doing as much as he can, clearly, because if he's in the running for MVP, and he's probably one of the better quarterbacks of the AFC. Like, clearly he's doing a lot. And then they brought back David Njoku, who he's actually been injured for quite a bit. I believe he's been injured for like 7 weeks, I want to say. So they had Noah Gray in replacement, and Noah Gray has actually been pretty good for this team as well. Defensively, they got Anzalone, Edmonds, Greenlaw, Williams, another Williams. They got Hendrickson, who I believe is taking the place of Aiden Hutchinson, who was on the team last year, and he's done pretty well for himself. The safeties could do a little bit of work. They got Witherspoon and Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean, pretty good defensive back. But let's look at their stats. So pretty. Actually, they are pretty bad rushing wise. It's crazy though, because I thought Cam Akers was actually doing pretty damn good for himself. League leaders? Where's rushing? Oh, I guess compared to them, probably not. Man, I thought he was doing a lot better than I thought, but I guess not. It must be very misleading. I must not be remembering it right. And they're middle of the pack in terms of passing and offensive points. Kind of similar to that of last year. Their defense, though, not allowing too many points. They're 10th in defensive points per game. They're 4th in offensive passing, or they're 4th in defensive passing yards. So they have a pretty good defensive passing game. And as far as defensive rushing, they're middle of the pack. So, like, it's a very average team. They have their strengths and they have their weaknesses. But, like, it's nothing really stand out. There's nothing really stand out about them to say, you know, this team could make a run in playoffs. I don't see it happening. I mean, other than Jameis Winston being surprisingly solid this year with the Elks, I think he's playing a better QB game than Derek Carr did last year with the Elks. But I think they do have, other than that, they do have a worse team. So yeah, not really much to say about the Elks. Oh, let's look at their schedule. So they won their first season game against the Snowhawks, 10-7. Pretty good. But I mean, not really great, but it's the first game of the season, whatever. But then they lost to the Caps, who we thought the Caps were pretty damn good, but knowing what we know now, it's like, ooh, it's kind of a red flag. They won against the Armadillos though by more than one score, so that's pretty good. But then they lost to the Condors by one score. But then they lost to the Bisons by one score. So before their bye week, they went 2-5, or they were 2-5. No, 2-3. My bad. 2-3. I'm an idiot. So again, very average. Yeah, it's just like win loss, win loss, win loss. They won against the Melbourne Monarchs, but then they lost to the Redwoods, division rival. But then they dominated the Orbits. So maybe, momentum's on their side going into this week. Who knows? They do face the Lumberjacks, another divisional team. They could win that one. But then they have a hard task with the Mounties and a kind of hard task with the Oilers. Then another one with the Redwoods and the Condors. It just sucks that they have two very good teams that they still have to face in this division. Then they face the Tigers. Then they face the Pioneers and the Blues, and then they face the Lumberjacks. So really, other than the Lumberjacks, this is a fucking hard schedule. Maybe the Pioneers too. But this is a hard schedule for the Elks. I mean, who knows? They could surprise us, but I don't see them winning out the rest of the season. Now on to the good teams of the AFC South. First off, the Redwoods. Oh, yes. The Redwoods are showing who the fuck is boss. I mean, the San Diego Condors are boss, really. But they won against the Condors, I believe. And the Redwoods are currently on a bye week right now. So I'm seeing some interesting stats. So they are the best at defending the run. And they are the best at the run. So this game has got the run game on lock, both defensively and offensively. Passing, though, 23rd in offensive passing. I mean, this team's not really a passing team. So it kind of makes sense. You got what's his guts? You got Justin Fields as a quarterback. So, if they're not handing it off to Christian McCaffrey, he's more than likely running with the ball. But they do have their receivers that they pass to that name for themselves. They do have they're number 6 though in offensive points per game. So that's pretty damn good. And their defensive passing, it's kind of like a little less than average. So really, they just got to improve their passing game on all fronts. But other than that, this team has done pretty well from this. I mean, their rushing game is so good. Like, do they really need to do the passing game? Well, it would most likely be in their best interest. Injury report. They're missing Emmanuel Agba. Who the fuck? Get the fuck out of my damn Banyu. Promote your fucking bullshit. Man, one of these days I'll have a chat member that actually wants to fucking chat. Emmanuel Agba out for 1 week. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But man, I mean, you got Justin Fields at QB, which was kind of a question mark going into this season. But look at who he's surrounded with. He's surrounded by Cole Kmet. Let's start that off. Slater at left tackle. Man, that's crazy. Linderbaum at fucking center. That's also really crazy. But then obviously you got Christian McCaffrey, who's on a fucking tear right now at running back. Devontae Adams, Tyler Lockett, who was on the Sentinels last year. Romeo Dobbs. This team, Justin Fields, he has a lot of tools. He has a lot of weapons that he could throw to. A lot of weapons he could use on this offense to, get the record that they have now. And for their defense, they got Jair Alexander, they got Hill, they got Gottschalk. I mean, well, defensively, really, it's not really too impressive. Oh, they do got C.J. Gardner Johnson, and they got Armstead, but he hasn't been really too much. Van Ness, rushing wise, again, this defense is great, but other than that, the individual the Owusu Karamoa, is that his fucking name? I don't fucking know. Fucking calling me while I'm streaming. Get the fuck out of here. Um, but yeah, it's really just a passing game that they need to improve on. I mean, and realistically, they probably they need a better defense at the end of the day because it seems like their defense is not really star heavy. I mean, you got like one or two, but not really too great of a defense in terms of star power. But it's getting the job done for them enough. They won by 1 point against the Condors, which they were. This was the game where Jalen Hurts got injured. They lost to the Toronto Snowhawks, though. Kind of a questionable loss. But then they won against the Oilers, who are very offensive heavy, and that's good. Canton Tigers, they won against. Also very offensive heavy. Both very good at the pass. So, despite the fact that their woes are with defensive passing, they beat the two teams that are good at the passing game. Then they got tied on by the Vancouver Lumberjacks. Unfortunate. But then they won against the Blues, so it proves that they can be the top team. And then they got creamed by the Nighthawks. But then they did the creaming back right back to the Elks, which is, if you're going to do that to anyone, it's a team in your division. And then they barely won against the Caps. I believe the Caps were trying to come back on them, but the Redwoods just were constantly just going up on them. So is what it is. Currently on a bye week, like we saw, but then they face the Wizards, which are. I mean, we already know how bad the Wizards are. Lumberjacks, hopefully they don't tie that again. The Elks, they should win that. The Orbits, that'll be an interesting game. The Armadillos, they should win that game. The Golden Eagles, they should win. The Bisons, that's going to be a little bit difficult. And then they have a banger against the Condors again. So unless these teams are up, we're going to see a lot of these come down to the last week, week 18. Who's going to rest their starters? Who the fuck knows? But yeah, it's half easy, half hard for the Redwoods going forward. But I believe they could be a team that makes the playoffs. Well, let's go through our last team before I say who I think ultimately makes playoffs in the end, and that is probably the best team in the A. I think they are the best team in the. Oh, fuck, we just were fucking on them. Damn it. Currently, I believe they are the best team in the AFC. Yes, they are. That is the San Diego Condors. So points per game, a little above average, but their passing game kind of sucks. But their rushing game really good, and that's off the backs of Jalen Hurts and Derrick Henry. But their defense is what's really helping this team out a lot. opponents' points per game. They are fourth in defensive points. They are sixth in defensive passing, and the second best in defensive rushing. So the defense needs almost no improvement whatsoever. I mean, maybe passing a little bit, but like they've done pretty fucking well for themselves. It goes to show you that hey, offense can win games, but defense wins championships, and they look like a championship team right now. Despite the fact that Jalen Hurts got injured, and despite the fact that maybe Teddy Bridgewater should be a replacement for him. But I really don't see too many issues with this team. Let's go with their injuries. All right, they're back to healthy. Back to healthy. I remember Jalen Hurts was out for a whole month, but he is currently in the lineup right now, as you can see. He's been in the lineup for a little bit. But Teddy Bridgewater, I mean, look at his overall. He was ranked pretty fucking low, but ended up still getting wins for this team when it mattered. Derrick Henry, their running back, pretty damn good. Lane Johnson on their offensive line. Tyler Smith as well. Whew. Oh, their offensive line is killer. They got Noah Fant. As far as wide receivers, they got DJ Moore, Brandon Cooks, Jalen McMillan, Michael Thomas. Like that core wide receiver group is fucking splendid. Defensively, they got is that Julie? I was gonna say Jabril Peppers. Is it Jabril or Julie? Jabril or Julius? I don't fucking remember. They got Ward, Shaq Griffin, L'Jarius Sneed, Onzurike. Not as many defensive stars as I thought, but they're the fucking stars of this team. It's really, offensively when sometimes they can't show up, the defense is just there to fucking bail them out, and we'll see how they've bailed them out with the schedule. Well, they lost to the Redwoods, and this was the game that Jalen Hurts got injured, and Teddy Bridgewater. He basically carried the team to, like, when Teddy Bridgewater started, they won a game. They won games. They won against the Oilers by 3 points, Blues by 3 points, and the Elks by 7 points. So, I mean, they were close games, but still, a win's a win. They clutched when it mattered. Then they went off to their bye week, and this is when Jalen Hurts came back. And they came back going 20-7 against the Lumberjacks, 13-6 against the Desperados. So these are kind of close games that they're winning. So maybe, I don't want to say fluke watch, but might be. What were they on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were on a 5-win streak, but then they finally lost to the Oklahoma City Bisons in a close one. But then they won against the Tigers, 13-10. So all these games are pretty damn close for the Condors, and I expect nothing less when they go against the Aviators. They do face the Caps, which, the Snowhawks, they should be able to win that one. Maybe. Armadillos, they should win. Elks, they should win. Orbits, that'll be a good one. Lumberjacks, they should win. They should win against the Voyagers. And the Redwoods again. facing off against them in the last game of the season. That's why I like how they face each other in the first and last week of the season. But the last week being more crucial. Because these are your top 2 teams in the division right now, and quite frankly, they're going to be fighting for that number 1 spot. They're going to be fighting for that home field advantage in playoffs for sure. But yeah, that's it for the AFC side. As far as who I think is going to make playoffs, it's kind of hard to say because you only get 7 spots, right? Well, I definitely. So it's all depending on, okay, who do I think is going to win a division? I think if I'm making early predictions right now, I think the Mounties win their division. I think Canton Tigers win the AFC North. I think the Aviators win the South, and I do think that it's kind of tough with the Condors in Oakland. I'm you know what? I'm gonna make a prediction here. I say the Redwoods. I say the Redwoods will win the AFC West, but I do think the Condors will at least make the wild card. Um, I think Memphis also makes it. I think Brooklyn also makes it. So Brooklyn, Memphis, and San Diego, they're all gonna make wild card. Yep, and then you got the Aviators, the Redwoods, the Tigers, and the Mounties winning their division and going to playoffs. Those are my official predictions. Midway through the season, could be wrong, but who the fuck knows? All right, we are 2.5 hours in, and we're now just starting on the NFC. Oh man. All right, well let's start off. I know who we're starting off with. We're starting off with the Dublin Shamrocks. I think that's who we should start off with. But oh well, first, let me go pee. Actually, let me go make my drink as well, cause we're gonna be here for another little bit. Where do I want to go? Oh, here. Yep. So I'm right. Okay, yeah. Let me go pee and make my drink, and then I'll be right back, and we'll finish this shit off. Alright, I am back. We're finishing the show off. Where the fuck was I? Okay, so we're starting off with the NFC East. The Dublin Shamrocks. You know, I keep saying, every time I see them, that they're a better team than they were last year. Which technically they are. They have matched the amount of wins they got last year already. So clearly a better team. But I can't sit here and constantly defend them. Because this team is still pretty fucking ass. Like they are the second worst rushing team. I don't even know who their running back is. Who the fuck is it? Oh, James Cook. Oh, that is terrible. How are you bad with him? They're also 20th in offensive points per game. They're pretty middle of the pack in terms of offensive, or they're like below average. They're good at the defensive pass, but other than that, they've just been pretty like mediocre. They've just been pretty bad. And I can't sit here and fucking defend it. I know they've lost quite a bit of close games, but oh, Joe's in the fucking Joe is here. I didn't even see that. He doesn't even understand half the shit I'm fucking saying. He's gonna be like, "Well, you're not even talking to anyone." Anyways. Oh no, you're not. Can't even hear. Yeah, okay. Anyways. Yeah, Dublin, not a good team. And they're healthy as shit, so like they got no excuse. Look at it. Look at this team though. Definitely an improvement from last year. You know, they got their Super Bowl quarterback, Matthew Stafford. Well, I mean, Dublin didn't make quarterback. Matthew Stafford did. So you thought that would be enough for Dublin to actually make moves. Especially, and they also got James Cook. They have Tank Dell, Marvin Harrison Jr., Adonai Mitchell. But this team isn't all that what's cracked up to be. Kyle Pitts has also been a huge player in terms of receiving. I think he's one of the offensive players of the year for the NFC so far. Defense, Sauce Gardner, their number one pick in the draft, or not the overall number one pick, but he is he was their first pick in the fantasy draft, and he hasn't really done anything. They got Brown, they got Wiggins. Wiggins has done more than Gardner has. Yeah, mostly. So yeah, I mean they got some players on defense. They're just not what's cracked up to be. But even then, that's probably the best part about this team. I just can't defend them any longer because they haven't shown me that they're, you know, even a playoff team or even like an average team. But they're definitely not a clutch team going off of what we're about to see here. Because they lost to the Thunderbirds 10-14. So one score. That's not bad. They lost by one score again to the Armadillos though, 3 points. Then they lost again to the Bisons by a touchdown. So the one score losses, and then they finally get their win. Weirdly enough, against the Orbits, but that's only by 3 points, and that was only because of the dumb decisions that the Orbits were doing that game. Bye week here. Uh, they lost. They lost to the Tigers. I mean, it was pretty close, but they still did lose. Tokyo Dragons. They lost to by a touchdown. They lost by. Oh no, they won. Oh yeah. That was right. Dublin. I will say one thing about them. They are the big team killers. I believe they beat the Paris Steamers last season in an upset. Uh, so it makes sense that they beat the number one team in the Tokyo Dragons, and they're in the division too. So it makes a lot of sense. But then they lost to the Caps by a touchdown, and then they lost to the Mexico City Golden Eagles by. So so here's the thing. I I shouldn't really give up on my stance that they're not that bad of a team, because if you really think about it, all these losses are by a score. They get a touchdown or they get a field goal or something like that, and they either tie or they fucking win this game. They're keeping it close every single time. But they've lost 6 of their last fucking 8 games. Well, I say 6 of the last 8. They've only had 8 games. But yeah, like they have potential. They do have potential, but I think it's too little too late. I think they've lost a little bit too much now to even make anything happen with this season. They still got to face the Black Knights this week. They face the Steamers going on next week. They face the Nighthawks, the Snowhawks, the Oilers, the Blues, Steamers, Shamrocks, and then they face the Dragons again. I mean, they could win against anyone in their division, but again, is it too little, too late? I mean, they would have to go on a massive win streak right now. Like even losing one game could really just end their season. But I don't see it happening. I don't think this team is clutch enough to even uh have a chance. This next team though, it's a little bit different. The London Black Knights, and we can see their stats right now since they're facing them. The London Black Knights, interesting team. They lost their first 5 games of the season. But they're on a 3-game win streak currently, and they have one of the best passing offenses in the league, 7th specifically. Their rush is kind of mediocre though, but their points per game is pretty decent at 12th. But their defense not really great in terms of stopping them from getting points. But they are the 10th best team in defensive passing and mediocre at defensive rushing. So I like to say that they're kind of improving. Let's look at the roster. We got to go to the team. But in a way, I feel like they shouldn't have lost the first 5 games. There are a couple moments where they could have won, and they wouldn't be at the record they are right now. But now they just got to get out the hole that they're in right now. Injuries. Okay, so they do have 2, and they're kind of big. Jonathan Brooks, I believe that he the number 1. Yeah, he's their running back. So their running back game is not really too strong, but he's only going to go out for a week. And Jalen Thompson, they probably would want him back, but he's only gone for a week as well. Once you see this roster, though, you kind of understand why this team's passing is so great. Anthony Richardson, not really the best quarterback, especially, even though he had kind of an okay season last year when he was on the Dragons that made the playoff team, but couldn't even get past the wild card round. Keaton Mitchell, he's done pretty well for himself in the running back role. They also got Tyreek Hill, Darius Slayton, Diami Brown, who's had plenty of fucking MVP caliber games. Sam Laporta at tight end. Really, the only thing that really needs to improve is their offensive line. But other than that, like, they've finally come to realize that their passing game is pretty key. Defensively, they have DeAndre Hunter. I believe he was injured, but now he's back. So that's pretty good for them. Kenyon Mitchell is there for defensive back. Kyle Hamilton. They got a lot of players that are star players, but DeForest Buckner, like I don't get how Fisk. I don't know. Defensively, step it the fuck up. Like, look, their defense is supposed to be one of the best, and right now it's not. Other than passing, it's really not. But they have won the past 3 games, so they could just finally start to build momentum going to playoffs. Let's look. So they lost by a shutout to the Tigers. Then they lost by 3 points to the Bison. That was a shootout game. That was an incredible game. But then they lost to the Snowhawks by 11-17. And they lost a pretty close game to the Dragons, too. And the Blues. So these were close games that they were losing as well. But now they started to finally win when they won against the Huskies. Then they had their bye week to refresh. And I feel like that bye week probably helped the Black Knights. As you can see, they dominated the Monarchs. And they barely won against the Armadillos, but hey, at this point, you need that win. Now they got to face the Dublin Shamrocks, and I feel like for either of these teams, this is a win or you're out for the season type of game. It's going to determine who has a chance of climbing up the ranks, or who's going to be given a chance to be climbing up the ranks. So then they face the Pioneers, which they could beat. They face the Steamers, classic European battle. They face the Dragons again. They face the Caps. That should be easy. They face the Oilers. That'll be a little bit questionable. They face the Orbits, then they face the Shamrocks again, then they face the Steamers again. So I could see London making a comeback for sure in this future, but again, defense needs to be better than what they have been. Can't really have a rushing game when you don't really have key rushing players. I mean, but that's crazy though, because you still got Anthony Richardson, who is known for running the ball as well. So who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? But let's go on to this next team, who I didn't expect to be as high as they are right now, but here they are. It's the Paris Steamers. Originally, I thought, going... I thought they... Were they like 2-2? Oh my god, those stats are fucking a bit... Let's look at the schedule first. Because I want to see how this team was doing. Oh yeah, they're... They are like... They're a very middling team. Like, they're the most middling team you could fucking think of. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, loss, win, win. Like, how would you even describe it? I don't know. Oh, so they won against the Orbits 14-6. That was a pretty good win for them. But then they lost tremendously bad to the Tokyo Dragons, which is not going to help them out, if they ever tie with the Dragons. Which they're only 2 games behind. They could do it. Then they won by 1 point against the Caps, but then they lost to the Desperados. Pretty bad. The Desperados pretty bad. Kent Tigers, they actually... They actually won pretty good against them. But then they lost pretty bad against the fucking Snowhawks. Then they lost to the Oilers by a touchdown. And then they barely won against the Sentinels. And they barely won against the Dragons. I didn't even realize they fucking won against the Dragons. I totally forgot. That was like 2 weeks ago. Or was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Okay, so yeah, they're tied with the Dragons. So who the fuck knows? I mean, they desperately needed that win for sure. But they just kind of seem like a middling team. It's kind of no telling who they're going to win and lose against. Like, let's look at their schedule. They face the Blues, the Shamrocks, the Black Knights, the Aviators, then the Bisons, the Shamrocks, the Armadillos, and the Black Knights. So other than really like the Shamrocks and the Armadillos, it's kind of a tough schedule. But let's look at their stats. All right, well, let's look at the team and we'll judge the stats there. Injuries. They're only missing T.J. Slayton. Not really a big deal. Adjust lineup. So they have Bo Nix at quarterback, rookie coming in. Not really too great so far. Alvin Kamara as well at running back. They got Jamar Chase and Chris Olave with Joshua Palmer. Like what? They got Laramie Tunzel. R. Kelly. That's funny as fuck. They got fucking R. Kelly as their center, bruh. But they got Penei Sewell, Tucker Kraft. Offensively, this team should be doing a lot better than what they've been doing. They've got Adebo, Campbell. They got Geno Stone, which, Turner, yeah, I mean, they got DeMarcus Lawrence. But yeah, I mean, their defense really isn't too special. But their offense is tremendous. But look at these fucking stats. We're going to look at these stats list because this is abysmal. I mean, they're not. I mean, we saw some pretty abysmal ones earlier. But, like, they're bottom fourth for almost every single stat. Like, how? How? Their offense is absolutely god awful. 12 points per game. The only thing they're okay with is opponents' points per game. Defensive points, they're 20th. But other than that, their defense just equally sucks on both rushing and passing. So what the fuck? Like, the fact that these guys have 5 wins is kind of crazy. It's kind of impressive, I'm not going to lie. But stats-wise, I don't see this team making it. You know, last year we saw the Paris Steamers, you know, they were one of the best teams. But when you saw their stats, it kind of looked like, you know, like they're kind of a middle of the pack team. I mean, or as far as like passing and rushing and shit like that. And it was very unexpected. So like this, maybe the stats don't match. They're not gonna match the wins again, but I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like this team shouldn't have 5 wins. I hate to say, but yeah, they just look. I mean, they're right now. If the playoffs happened right now, they would actually be in the wild card, which is kind of crazy to think about. I have a hard time believing that this team will actually make playoffs. But they're not too far behind from Tokyo, and they got a key win against them. But now let's go on to the said team in question. The Tokyo Dragons. Only 2 losses on their record. And currently the best team in the league. Let's look at their stats. 9th in offensive points per game and the second best passing team. The rushing is not really too great, but Travis Etienne has had his moments of rushing the ball. They are 7th in defensive points per game, but their defensive passing game sucks. 25th. It's not good. Not good. Their rushing defense is a little bit above average, so that's good for them. Yeah, obviously, passing the ball is their biggest strength, and as you like with Mac Jones, as you can see, you'll see on the roster, it's kind of surprising. Okay, so Dontavian Wicks, he'll be out for a week. Good wide receiver for them, and Charlie Kohler, tight end, he'll be out for a week as well. Probably would want Wicks, but what can you do? But I want you to look at this lineup and see if you see anyone that's like actually a fucking star at their role. I mean, so you got Travis Etienne, you got Tunney, and you got Andrews. Other than that, you got Mac Jones. Look at his overall, 72. A 72 overall rating, and yet he is in contention for MVP this season. Then you got Zay Flowers as your running back one. Marvin Mims, he's pretty good too. Trey Palmer, I mean, you got Wicks on the bench. But still, like this team did not. I mean they're not a bad team. I would say they're not a bad team on paper, but I didn't expect them to be number one in the league, especially where Mac Jones came from. He came from a pretty terrible San Antonio team last year, and now he's just been on the come up and proven everyone wrong, and he's gotten all these wins, these fucking amazing stats in every game. Look at their defense. They got Max Crosby. Roseboom has been pretty good for them. They got Hooker. They got AJ Terrell. Oh, Baker has also been pretty good. Diaby as well. Like, it's crazy how, like, some of these guys are not really known stars, but I know, like, I've seen a bunch of these guys in games do tremendously well. So that's how you know they've been doing good. Is I just remember the players that are not even fucking stars. But it's just incredible how this team has how have they been this season so far with the tools that they have, because you would not think they would be this high, but yet here they are. Now, can they maintain that is another question, because they have lost quite a bit in the recent weeks, and they haven't been high scoring like they were previously. They won against the Bulls in the first week, 17-10. Then they dominated the Steamers. I think they have the edge against the Steamers because of the score between the two games. Then they won a close one with the Tigers, who is arguably one of the better teams in the AFC. Then they won by 4 points against the Black Knights division game. You don't know what's going to happen. They won pretty good against the Antlers by 11 points. But then this is when they kind of started to slow down. They lost, or they almost... Jesus Christ. They almost lost to the Columbus Caps, but they were able to pull out that win 14-9, not allowing them a touchdown, I believe. That doesn't look like a touchdown score for the Caps. But then they lost their first game to the big team killers in the Dublin Shamrocks. Highly unfortunate for them. But then they won against the Memphis Blues. But they didn't even score a touchdown that game. So they've only been able to score one touchdown these last couple games. And then they lost to the Paris Steamers, which they did not need to win. Or they did not need to lose that one. So then they faced the Oilers, who are pretty decent offensively as well. And then they have their bye week, which is probably needed for them. Especially late in the season. They face the Orbits. They face a Black Knights team which who knows how they're going to be by this point in time. They might be good, but who knows. They face the Bison, then they face the Snowhawks, the Armadillos, the Riverhogs, and then they face the Shamrocks. So it's a pretty rough schedule midway. It's a pretty rough schedule all the way up until week 16. But they're going to have a bye week in between that. And they face 3, right now, low teams for those last couple weeks. So they just really need to win a couple more games. If they win 3 more games, they'll match their record from last season of 10-7, where they only made the wild card. But I do see Tokyo making it. Not only making it, but they're probably going to be that number one seed that gets that bye week. Oh, that's it for the NFC East. uh, let's see. So now we move on to the NFC North, and this is these next two teams are gonna just be dreadful to look at. So the first team, the St. Louis Sentinels. Also a team that made the Super Bowl last year with the Rio de Janeiro Riverhawks. And guess what? They're joining them not at the top, but they're joining them at the bottom this season as one of the worst teams in the league. But I will say this is a significantly weaker roster than the Sentinels from last year. I mean, obviously, it was going to be hard to match that team from last year, but I mean, they just haven't been good. They just haven't been good recently. Offensively, pretty ass. Rushing wise, I mean, they got one of the best running backs in the league with Chuba Hubbard, but he's rushing and carrying this whole team on his back because that passing yards is fucking abysmal. Second worst in passing, and they are the fourth worst in points per game. Defensively, they don't allow a lot of points. They're fifth in points allowed, but they're a little bit above average, a tiny bit above average, with passing and rushing. So defense is clearly the strength of this team, but the passing is just absolutely abysmal. And you're gonna see who we have on the team, and you're gonna wonder why are they so bad at passing when they have the tools to succeed. So starting QB is Jared Goff, and it's just I don't understand how he's done so terrible for this team, especially when he's got guys like Puka Nakua and T. Higgins and Alec Pierce. It makes no sense. It legit makes no sense. Like I'm still trying to I'm trying to figure out why this team is just doing so terrible to the point where they're one of the worst teams in the league. With an offense like that, how? How? Their defense is a little bit better. They got Matt Milano. He was out for a little bit, but he's back now. Cooper DeJean, Rashard Gary, I think that's his name. Yeah, fucking Pop Tart over here. And Deron Bland, he's really good. I mean, really, this defensive back duo is really good. But and they got Hooker as well. But there's nothing really too special with this fucking team. There's nothing special about this team. But it's crazy because they have the fucking stars, but their offense doesn't fucking show until you get the Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard is one of the best players on this team. He might be the best player on this team. With how they're playing, it's just I don't get it. I don't get it. In the first week, they won against the Aviators, which is kind of shocking in hindsight, 2020. The Aviators, I'm just going to chalk that up to the Aviators having a bad start. But then they lost to the Pioneers, who the Pioneers didn't even score a single touchdown against them, and they still lost. Then they lost to the Riverhogs, which we didn't know would be the fucking toilet bowl at that time. And then they lost pretty bad to the Nighthawks. I mean, it was 10 points, but still. They only scored a field goal that game. They lost to the Oilers by a touchdown. Now, they showed they were pretty fucking mad with that result. So, they scored 30 against the Golden Eagles. That was probably their best game to date. But then they lost to the Steamers. And then they lost to the Desperados. And this is all after a bye week. So, I don't know. when does the losing stop with this team? Anyways, they face the Voyagers, another fucking toilet bowl matchup. I don't think it really matters who wins that one. The Louisville Thunderbirds. That's a divisional matchup. That's not gonna look great for them. The Bulls, another divisional matchup, not great for them. Huskies, man, they've had 3 divisional matchups in a row. That's unlucky. But then they face the Huskies in the divisional toilet bowl match. They face the Monarchs. I think the Monarchs take that. Bulls, Huskies again. Antlers. It's hard to say. And then Sentinels face Thunderbirds again. So, have they not faced anyone in their division yet? No, they haven't. They haven't faced anyone in their division yet. So they still got 6 games of their division to play. That's not good for them. Especially because they have 2 teams that are currently fighting for that number 1 spot. Sorry guys. Sentinels, just like the Riverhawks, they're not going to even make playoffs. I do not see this team making playoffs. And it's kind of a shame, considering where they were last season. It is what it is. It is what it is. Just their passing game. They just need to improve their passing game, somewhat, somehow, in any way possible. Please. You have the potential to do it, but you just don't. You're just ass. I believe it has something to do with turnovers. But next we're going to a team that I did not expect to be at the bottom. And that is the Anchorage Huskies. I want to point out that their first 3 draft picks in the fantasy draft at the beginning of the season were Patrick Mahomes, Garrett Wilson, and Saquon Barkley. 3 tremendous offensive pieces to use for this season. And we thought they were on the road to that. But then, I mean, as you can see by the stats, they're not doing great. They allow the 2nd most points in the league. And they are terrible at the rush. Barkley, remember when I said they had Barkley? Yeah, 30th. 30th in the fucking league for rushing. Passing is middle. It's mid. Points per game, mid. And their defense is just fucking ass, except for the rush. They're okay at the rush, but the passing is ass. I did not expect this from this team. The downfall needs to be fucking studied, and it only happened this season. Injuries. They're missing Saquon Barkley, and they're gonna be missing him for 3 weeks. He was missing for a decent amount of time at the beginning of the season, which led to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I believe that's who it was, getting most of the touches. And he got a lot of touches. And maybe, who knows? Maybe that's the key they need to win the game. Or to win something. I don't fucking know. But look at this roster right here and tell me, how the fuck is this team only have 2 wins? Patrick Mahomes. Patty Mahomes. And now they got Clyde Edwards-Helaire right now starting. They got Garrett Wilson still. He lost his star status, by the way. That's how you know this team has not been too great. Jacoby Myers, he's been the number 1 receiver in my eyes for this team. But they also got Deontay Johnson as well. Pat Freiermuth, he's been a top receiver for this team as well. As far as defense, I mean, they got Frankie Louvu and Johnson and Justin Reed, but that's about it. That's about it. Again, like it's just very like it makes me mad that this team is not as good as they should be because that is ridiculous. Also, I like how Justin Reed does kickoff returns. Lol. But yeah, like it's gonna be hard for the Huskies to do anything for the remainder of this season. Like, what where are they ranked right now? They're the third worst NFC team. That's so crazy to even think about, but they are. They truly are. Uh, let's look at here. It's now getting late. It's now getting to the point where I'm tired, but we're gonna finish this out. So, they won that tremendous Week 1 game against the Nighthawks in Sunday Night Football. But then they lost to the Orbits by a touchdown, which not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. Then they won against the Desperados, 31-21. A good win. Good win offensively. And then they tied with the Antlers, which is that whole overtime drama that, if you remember, I was raging about. So week 5, they had a bye. And they probably were wishing that that bye week didn't happen this week. Because, oh boy, they have been on a dreadful loss streak. They lost to the Black Knights, which was the London Black Knights' first win. They lost by 1 point to the Bulls. And then they got creamed by the Aviators. And then they got creamed by the Thunderbirds. The fact that this team is getting single digit points at all is wild to even think about. But here we are in a spot where they could very well not even make playoffs. They face the Pioneers, I believe, for Sunday Night Football. They face the Golden Eagles, so there's 2 chances. There's 3 chances now, Riverhogs. There's 4 chances for the Sentinel, with the Sentinels. Oops. Louisville Thunderbirds. Probably not the best. Mountie's not the best. They face the Sentinels again. But then they face the Monarchs and the Bulls. So, like, it's half and half, but they really need to get their shit together. But some, like, it might already be over for them. But who the fuck knows? I mean, right now it's really just it's a 2 team division right now. If I can go to the screen, there we go. It's really just between the Bulls and the Thunderbirds right now. So let's talk about the Bulls, because the Bulls are very interesting. So, let's look at the schedule real quick. We might go back to the schedule just to see everything, but I want to point out that they started off the year 1-3. Like around the time when I did my review, they were like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh man, like this is gonna be, just like the Toronto Snowhawks of last season, where, I mean, they might be worse because Lamar Jackson, he was on that team with Derrick Henry. They were stars in themselves. They were gonna propel the Toronto Snowhawks to the playoffs, and they didn't end up doing it. They looked pretty disappointing. And I thought that's what was going to be happening this time, but they have been on a pretty good win streak. And as you can see by these stats, they've improved a lot. They're second in points, in offensive points. They're 11th in passing yards. and they're 10th in rushing yards. So a pretty good offense overall, guaranteeing points basically almost every drive. Uh, and their defense is also improved too. You know, their defense is pretty good as well, but it's really their passing defense that has really done them wonders. They're second best at defensive passing. You wouldn't be saying that about them in, you know, when I was talking about them in the first review, but they have gone. They overgone something. Like the coach must have had a fucking few words to say to them for them to even make this comeback. But here they are. Right now, Darnell Wright and Solomon Thomas are out for 2 weeks. They probably would want Wright back, but not really too big of a deal. As we look at our roster, I told you Lamar Jackson is the quarterback, the number one overall pick in the fantasy draft, and they went with a former MVP. Well, not in this league, or not in Relocated, but Lamar Jackson. They got Isaiah Pacheco. Isaiah Pacheco returning to the Bulls, but then they got Jordan Addison, who was on that who caught that game-winning touchdown pass for the Rio de Janeiro Riverhogs last season. Then they got Shaheed and Trey Tucker. But their offensive line is nothing to sneeze at either. They got Cosme as well as Bakhtiari, I think that's his name is. George Kittle as a tight end also does fucking great wonders for them. Like, they got Woolen on defense, Taylor Britt, Joey Bosa. They got Mo Rig. They got Jordan Poyer. Again, they're taking players from that past championship team and seeing it. They got Sam Hubbard. Like, man. Like, they do have the pieces. It just took them a little bit to, you know, get used to the team or get used to winning with this team. But they eventually did do it. We're going to go back to the schedule here. As you can see, they lost to the Dragons, which on hindsight, not too bad considering how good the Dragons are. Plus, it was first week. Losing to the Monarchs second week by a touchdown or by 8 points, kind of questionable. But then they won dominantly against the Pioneers. We're like, okay, yeah, now they're finally getting back into shape. But then they lose to the Thunderbirds without even getting a touchdown. So we're like, honestly, kind of a, you know, looking at this now, maybe I kind of like underhyped this team a lot. I don't know, because they just started 1-3. But again, this is why you shouldn't take the first review into too much account, because it's only 4 games of a whole season. And look, and ever since then, win 24-3 against the Dreadnoughts. Then they go into their bye week. Then they win against the Huskies 11-10, which again kind of questionable, but it's division, so it doesn't matter. 30-17 against the Nighthawks. Pretty good themselves, and the Riverhogs 17-7. So right now they're on a 4-game win streak. So who knows how things are going to turn out for the Bulls. They face the Golden Eagles. That should be a win. The Aviators match should be good. They face the Sentinels in the division round. Not too bad. But it's division, who knows. The Desperados, maybe. I've kind of been underhyping the Desperados, but like they've been doing pretty decent as well. Armadillos, they probably win against them. Sentinels, they'll probably win. Or Antlers, probably them. Thunderbirds and Bulls, that'll be a rematch game for sure. That'll probably be for the division. And then Omaha faces Anchorage again in the final week of the season. So very doable for the Bulls. Regardless, because right now they're on a rise and Thunderbirds are on a fall. So we might see a change in division leaders in the next coming weeks, maybe before the next review, which will be after week 13. So who knows? But now we go to that team, the Thunderbirds, the Louisville Thunderbirds, who like the Dragons, they did start off 5-0 as well. And currently they're on the bye week, so they can't do anything. Now, wow, those stats. Those stats don't really look too great. Um, I mean that's kind of shocking how they have one of the worst offenses in the game. You know, they have the worst passing offense and the third worst offense in points, and their offensive rushing is below average. But they're number one in defensive points allowed. So, I mean, that good on them. And the defensive passing is also pretty good at 12. You know, it's above average. Defensive rushing, not too great. Man, this team is not as good as I thought it would be. It's crazy because they started off 5-0, but that was really just on the back of turnovers. Like this team was a super defensive team in the past couple in the first 5 weeks, but I guess teams have just learned to catch on from it. You know, they were getting interception after interception after interception. That's what was winning them the games. But now, oops, yeah, no, that was right. But yeah, like just, and I remember they had Sam Darnold out for like a little bit, and they had Mason Rudolph in, and he still did good with them. So maybe it's a QB issue. I don't know. Khalil Shakir and Devon Vele being out for wide receivers, that's not great. Sean Ryan as a he's out for the left guard. I don't know how I feel about that. It is what it is. Let's look at this roster and you'll see. We'll see about why this fucking offense is so terrible. They got Sam Darnold at starting. They got Aaron Jones at rushing. So I mean, really, offensively, rushing Aaron Jones is the key. And so they're missing their two other wide receivers. They have Brandon Ayuk, Marquez Valdez Scantling, and Kevin Boot or whatever the fuck his name is. So they don't really have too much in the terms of wide receivers. Oh, they got Tyron Smith or is that Tyler Smith? I think Tyron Smith was the one from earlier. But Will Dissly they have as their tight end. He's seen a couple good plays. Pat Surtain, the best defensive player in the game right now, paired with Darius Slay. By the way, that's a deadly fucking defensive back combo that they have. But they also have Davis. They have Khalil Mack. They probably need some safeties, if we're being honest. But other than that, I mean, defensive line probably needs some work. But defensive backs, they're with the star power that they have, they're probably doing not as great of a job as you think. But they're still, doing pretty decent for themselves. I mean, they're allowing the least amount of points. But for fuck's sakes, just get your offense together, man. Cause fuck, you're 6-3 right now. Don't fucking squander this opportunity. Like right now, they're on a downhill. They're on the downs, and Omaha's on the highs. So, I'll show you. I'll show you. So they go on a 5-game win streak. They beat the Shamrocks first week. Okay, good enough. 14-10. Then they went against the Rio de Janeiro Riverhawks by 14-7. Again, this is all defense, I feel like. 10-3 against the Aviators. Okay. 17-3 against the Bulls. So that was a little bit more dominant. And then the Nighthawks, they just completely dominate. 17-0. So at that point, we were like, okay, maybe this is a top team. But then they lost to the Desperados 3-10. Didn't score a touchdown. Pioneers lost to them 0-13. Didn't score anything. Golden Eagles lost to them by 6, and they didn't score anything. It was only until they faced the Huskies where they went 20-3. And currently on their bye week, they're probably they're probably looking back at their fucking losses and they're like, we need to get our shit together because we're currently a top team. We can't just lose it based off of these shitty fucking ones. Because score a touchdown right here, you win this game. Score a touchdown right here, you're in overtime, and who knows what happens there. Shouldn't be losing 0-13 to the Pioneers. Sentinels, that could be a game you win. Monarchs, that could be a game you win. Wizards, Huskies, Antlers, Bisons, Bulls, and Sentinels. So other than the Bisons and the Bulls, they have a pretty decent schedule to make it the playoffs. But again, that offense needs to get their shit together. Or else, they're not. Then Omaha Bulls are going to take them over. And that's it for the NFC North. Now let's move on to the NFC South. Let me see. Okay, so they're all like one win apart from each other. It's kind of funny. But they're not. They're kind of the closely contested of the closely contested division of the NFC. Give me 1 second. All right, we're at 3.5 hours. So hopefully we can finish up the 4-hour mark. But first off, let's go to the Austin Armadillos, who were the team to go to the NFC Conference Championship last year. If I can remember where their team is. There they are. With new coach Raheem Morris. So the Armadillos, not a very good team, but they have pulled off some surprising wins. So it's not like the potential is not there, but look at these stats and you say, they're more milling than not. You would think they'd probably get like 1 or 2 more wins based off these stats, but yeah, a nothing special team, but they can have some upset potential. Let's see who's on the injury report. All right, they're a fresh team. So they got Trevor Lawrence, who was out last year on the another T. Smith? Jesus Christ. How many T. Smiths are there on fucking offensive line? But fuck. Trevor Lawrence, he was on the Canton Tigers last year, but he was out with a season-ending injury, and I still can't remember who he got fucking replaced by. Who the fuck? It wasn't Huntley. It was... Hold on. I'm gonna fucking look it up. We're not continuing until I figure out who the fuck this quarterback was. Malik Willis. Yes, Malik Willis was the quarterback that replaced Trevor Lawrence, and they still did well enough to win the division. But he comes back on this Austin Armadillos team, and it's not really too well. Jay Warren, he's probably a standout for this team. Uh, Lad McConkey, he's a standout as well. Marquise Brown is that Hollywood Brown, and then they got Ray McLeod. He does well for himself on the team. They got Darnell Washington, who was the backup tight end for the Sentinels last year. He's done okay so far. Xavier McKinney, TJ Watt defensively, and they got Ward as well. They got DJ Turner. They got Byard, Von Miller, Ogunjobi. So defensively, this team has the star power, but it hasn't really translated in the game. Again, nothing special, but I know they have pulled out quite like an upset or two that we've seen so far. They lost to the Blues by 3. Won against the Shamrocks, which isn't really much. Lost to the Elks, the Bisons, the Orbits by 1. But they won against the Oilers. But they lost against the Antlers, and they won against the Orbits, but they lost to the Black Knights. So these are actually close games that they're losing. So maybe they're just not clutch, but they've won 2 divisional games. And they have another divisional game coming up with the Bisons. Then they face the Lumberjacks, and they go into their bye week. They face the Condors, the Bulls, the Redwoods, the Dragons, the Steamers, and the Oilers. It's not looking good for the Armadillos, guys. That is a tough schedule. I would, I would not put any faith in the Austin Armadillos trying to make it the playoffs with their record of 3-6. I mean, it was already probably done and dusted as it is, but it especially doesn't look good knowing their schedule moving forward. It's not. It doesn't look good. Next up, I actually don't remember who's next. Oh wait, no. No, I do know. The Houston Oilers, which is kind of shocking, seeing their team down. They're 4-5. I mean, they're not totally down, but they're just in the range where like maybe they're not going to make playoffs. What are their stats? So, uh, they are 7th in points per game, which is good. That means offensively they know how to score. They're pretty good at the passing game, and they're kind of mediocre at the rushing game, which is crazy because they got someone like Jahmyr Gibbs, who is also a returning player from the Oilers. Wait, is he return? Yeah, he is. He is. Defensively, they're okay, but their passing defense is pretty good. So 4-5, it kind of makes sense. But not when you look at this roster. Let's look at the roster because offensively they should be doing a lot better than what they are. Oh, but they're pretty hurt right now. Orlando Brown Jr., John Runyon, Jordan Lewis, and Albert. That name. Yep. They're going to be out, but these guys are going to be out by just a week. So they'll be fine, but uh, as far as their actual roster, though, Look at this shit. Joe Burrow as their number one QB. I also want to point out every time Aaron Rodgers, the backup QB. That's quite amazing. Jahmyr Gibbs as your running back number one. Then they got Nico Collins, Darnell Mooney, Kevin Bourne, or Kendrick Bourne. Sorry. That wide receiver core is pretty damn good. Or they got Scherf. And then they got Trey McBride, one of the best tight ends in the game right now. Defensively, they got Love, Elliott, Awuzie, Onyemata. Is that his name? Reader. Like they all overall, this Houston Oilers team is really good. Witherspoon, like, come on, this team is over. Like, they're stacked. They're pretty damn stacked. So the fact that they're 4-5 kind of blows. And I fear, because of how closely their division actually is, I fear they might not make playoffs, which is really a shame. But again, you never know. Especially with how close this division is, they could make a run for it. Who do they face, though? Well, first off, they dominated the Oklahoma City Bison, 38-7. But then they lost to the What the fuck? They lost to the Condors by 3 points. Lost to the Redwoods by 7 points. But then they dominated the Caps. Then they won by a touchdown against the Sentinels. But then they lost to the Armadillos. Won against the Steamers, lost against the Lumberjacks, and the Bisons got their revenge game against them. And now the Oilers face the Dragons. So then they'll go into a bye week, and they'll face the Elks, the Orbits, the Shamrocks, the Black Knights, the Desperados, the Orbits, and the Armadillos. If this team plays at their potential, they could win every single one of those games. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But I wouldn't count the Houston Oilers out just yet. Next up, the Orlando Orbits. Now, I can firmly say, if there is a team that I would be pissed off about, if the number one team I'd be mad about every time I watch them, it would be the Orlando Orbits. At least for the for a couple games. Terrible coaching. The fact that they allowed Josh Allen to audible into a point after kick. It's still one of the funniest moments I've ever fucking seen, but extremely fucking dumb. And then they could have prevented a loss against the Dublin Shamrocks by kicking a field goal, and they didn't do it. Regardless of that, though, they are 5-4. They're above 500. They're 21st in offensive points, so they don't really get a lot of points offensively. And their passing yards is a tiny bit below average. Oh, by the way, when I say below average, I don't mean below average to stat line. I mean they're below in terms of the ranking. I should say, I really should say bottom half or two places below half or whatever the fuck it is. It's not really below average, so I'm probably fucking it up. But whatever. I'm not an expert. Rushing yards, though, 9th in the league, and this is all off the back of Bucky Irving, who should be Rookie of the Year. If he continues at the pace that he's doing, he could very well be. But their defense is actually surprisingly good. Not against the pass. I mean, they're pretty decent against the pass. But as far as defensive rushing, they know how to stop that. And they know how to prevent their opponents from getting points. So, defensively, as far as rushing and points, this team is good, as well as their own rushing game. Everything else needs slight improvement, and they will be a top team. Only slight. They really don't need too much. Let's look at their injuries. Only Noah that last name. And that's not going to be that big of a deal. Their actual roster. I mean, it should theoretically this roster should be a fuck ton better than like than what they're giving off. But regardless, they're still above 500, like I said. But they got Josh Allen, Cooper Kupp, Roma Dunze, and Juwan Jennings. I think that's a pretty good fucking combo. Plus, they got Bucky Irving as their number one running back. Though they need to be winning games. Whatever, Bucky. But they got Nelson and Armstead as their offensive linemen on the left side. Their left side is great. Right side could use some work. But they got Dallas Goedert as well at tight end. He's pretty good. They got Tyrann Mathieu, Alex Highsmith, Sweat. They got Asante Samuel. We saw him in one of the players of the year. They got Kayvon Thibodeau. Like this, yeah, this team is also pretty stacked. But they could be doing better than what they're doing. And I think it's mainly just a coaching issue. And I remember I was just so fucking frustrated because, so they lost to the Steamers this first week. And I was like, oh, God, here we go. Josh Allen on the Lumberjacks like last year. He's not doing as good. But then he wins against the Huskies. I'm like, okay. But then he wins against his former team, the Lumberjacks. I believe, was this the fucking field goal game? It might have been. It might have been the point, or yeah, it might have been the Josh Allen kick game. Cause holy fuck, that was a terrible. I mean, they still won, but it might have been this game. Who knows? The Armadillos game. But then they lost to the Shamrocks because they didn't want to kick a field goal, and because they didn't want to kick a field goal, they ran out of time and they allowed the Shamrocks to get their first win of the season. It's really fucking sad. But they won against the Armadillos by 1 point. They won against the Bison by 3. I believe that was an overtime game. And really that was all because of the pass interference call in overtime with no time remaining, which allowed the Orbits to get that field goal to even win the game. Then they dominated the Snowhawks, but then they lost by 3 points to the Armadillos, and then they lost in a shutout fashion to the Elks. So a very mysterious team. You don't. Again, one of those teams where like you don't know if they're gonna win against good teams or lose against bad teams. Who knows? They face the Monarchs next week or this week, and then they go on their bye. Then they face the Dragons, which is gonna be rough. They faced the Oilers, I believe, for the first time. Yep. Then the Redwoods, the Condors, the Black Knights, the Oilers, and the Bisons. Rough schedule. After their bye week, it's a rough schedule. Orbits might have a tough time going forward, but with the stars they have on their team, who the fuck knows? And then we go to the number 1 team in the AFC or in the NFC South. He's trying to fucking call me. Where the fuck are they? The Bison? Hello? That's the Bulls. Oh, there we are. Bisons by fucking created coach Dan Rizzi or whatever the fuck his name is. Oklahoma City started off a little bit rough, but they have been explosive ever since. Where is it? They might have one of the best offenses in the game. 3rd in offensive points per game, 14th in passing yards, 8th in rushing yards. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. Now, their defense is what the fuck is this? So they quite frankly have the worst defense in terms of points and passing yards. Well, they're the second worst in points, but the first in passing yards. But they are the best in defensive rushing. Sort of weird to think about. With these, I mean, there's one glaring issue with the team, but like if they fix that, they could be like one of the best teams in the league right now. That's actually crazy to think about. The only one missing is Dawson Knox, who is their main tight end. He'll be out for 3 weeks, so they probably would want him. But let's look at this Bison roster right here. They got Jane Daniels, rookie, coming in to quarterback for this team. They got Najee Harris, who's the best running back of the NFC. Chris Godwin, Jaden Reed, Elijah Moore, and McCole Hardman. All big time receivers for the Bison. Oh, in real life too. Well, no, I wouldn't say Elijah Moore. I would say McCole Hardman's more of a big time than Elijah Moore. But regardless, they got Williams, Samalo, Zach Martin. Like, oh my god. Moreau is obviously the backup tight end. So yeah, they offensively they can be stacked. Defensively, they got Marshawn Lattimore and Stephon Gilmore, Terry and Arnold, and yet this for some reason this team defensively, secondary wise, is not good. I mean, well, I could see for the safeties. Why is this guy not playing over? Why the fuck? Should their best fucking players be playing? Hold on, let me. I mean, I do this for everyone, but I was gonna say, what the fuck? What the fuck is that guy doing? Uh, shouldn't be that big of a deal. They got Franklin, Edwards. Yeah, this team should be. Yeah, and Matabuke. Yeah. This Canty and Payne. Yeah, come on. This team should be a top fucking team. The fact that their passing game or defensive passing sucks is what's holding them down. There's really no reason this team should not make playoffs. If they don't make playoffs, I'll be pissed. They lost pretty badly to the Oilers, so which kind of hurts their stats passing wise. London Black Knights, that was also a close game. They lost passing wise to that, or they won passing wise, but their passing defense probably sucked that game. Uh, they won against the Shamrocks by a touchdown. They won against the Armadillos, against the Elks. Then they lost in that close game with the Orbits because of that one call. But then they lost to the Lumberjacks, kind of questionable. Condors they won against. So the fact that they won against the Condors, that Condors have only lost twice, and the fact that they're one of the losses, it's pretty good. And then they got the revenge on the Oilers. So I see bright things for the Bisons going forward. They face they face Austin this week, but then they face the Tigers, and then they go on to a bye week, and they face the Nighthawks, the Dragons, the Steamers, the Thunderbirds, the Redwoods, and the Orbits. It's kind of a tough schedule too for them. Houston Oilers really, they have a shot of making it just based off of the strength of schedule, but OKC definitely have a star-studded team. They just need to they just need to get their defense. They get those fucking secondary guys into fucking shape. Cuz that is ridiculous. Anyways, we're on to our final division. Finally. We're going to Australia for this first team. and that is the Melbourne Monarchs, who they don't look like a team that's anything special. But they are still closely contested with their division. So I could just be, faffing about with what the fuck I'm saying. There's no one on the injury report right now. Oh no, never mind. There is, and Christian Benford, pretty big injury, but he's only been gone for this week. And then you got a core four and Barnes out as well. They're probably not that big of a deal. Let's look at their stats. Yeah, offensively, very middle of the pack team. Defensively, one of the worst. 29th, 30th, and 30th. Yikes. Big yikes. Why is this defense so bad? So they got Caleb Williams as their quarterback, but they got Josh Jacobs as their running back, so they're not really struggling there. They got Josh Downs, Stephon Diggs, and Devin Duvernay, who's returning. They got TJ Hawkinson at tight end. I mean, they got Dawkins as in their offensive lineup, but that's really it. Defensively, I mean, great. What the fuck? There's another guy that's like, oh, I guess he. Oh, is he injured? No, what the fuck? Huh. Interesting. He must be somewhere that I'm not seeing. Um, but oh yeah, they got Myles Garrett. They got Oliver. I mean, defensive line is actually not terrible. They got Gordon and Stevenson as defensive backs. Yeah, I mean, with the defensive line, I don't see. Like, I don't get how they're that terrible with this defensive lineman. Maybe they're linebackers. But man, I don't know how bad you got to do defensively to. I mean, they're still 3-5. They're not. It's not like they're doing so fucking bad, especially in their division where it's close. But man, they lost 10-20 to Brooklyn. Okay, makes but they won against the Bulls, so they have a shot. I mean, this is when the Bulls were kind of like floundering a little bit. But they lost to the Nighthawks, division rival you don't want to lose to. They won against the Voyagers, which is not really saying much. Then they lost to Albuquerque. That's kind of big for them. But they won against the Antlers, so taking a division win back. But they lost to the Elks, and they lost to the London Black Knights pretty badly. So they just come off their bye week this past week. And they face the Orbits, then the Antlers, the Thunderbirds, the Mounties. Oof. If the Sentinels, that's not bad. Nighthawks, Wizards is not bad. Huskies ain't bad, and then the Desperados again. So you got like 3 games in there that are pretty easy. You got a couple middling games, and then you got a couple tough games. Overall, do I think Melbourne make the playoffs? Probably fucking not. I'm trying to do this a little bit faster. Next team is the Portland Antlers, who judging from when I did the review last time, they looked like they were going to be a great team, and then they fall to 3-5, 3-5-1 specifically. Well, they're good in offensive points and offensive passing. They're 5th best, and they're pretty decent at the rush game too, at 11. Defensively, they're not even that bad either. So the fact that they're 3-5-11 is kind of crazy as well. that I mean they kind of have the same record as uh, the Monarchs, minus that one uh, tie. And they have a fresh team right now, so I maybe they can pull something out. We gotta check the schedule to see who they face, but look at this lineup and uh, you'll see offensively like C.J. Stroud. They got Tony Pollard at the rush game, which is crazy because he was one of the best running backs last year, but hasn't really been as productive as that. But they got Mike Evans, they got Drake London, they got Mike Williams, Juju Smith-Schuster. They even got James Conner at fullback. Like, come on, man. And they got Mike Gesicki as well. He's also been pretty good for this team. Defensively, they got Smith, Jeremy Chin, Kamari Lassiter, Trayvon Diggs, Barrymore, Zach Bond. Like, yeah, and they got Chop Robinson as well. This team is stacked, and they don't have really the stats to prove that they only win 3 games. So maybe coming out this bye week, they're gonna, lock in some fucking more, and maybe, maybe get some wins under their belt. Let's see their schedule coming out after this bye week. So they lost to the Lumberjacks in a close game. Couldn't really tell first week, whatever. But they dominated the Voyagers. Then they dominated the Wizards. So it's like, okay. I mean, they're dominating bad teams. They tied against the Huskies. Then they lost to the Dragons, which is unfortunate. But then they lost to the Monarchs, which is kind of questionable. They won barely against the Armadillos. But they lost barely to the Mounties. It's a close game. I mean, but they still lost though. And then they lost to division opponent, the Nighthawks. Have they won in their division at all? I don't think they have. Well, anyways, there's the bye week. They face the Monarchs next week. Then they face the Desperados, the Dreadnoughts, the Desperados, the Thunderbirds, the Bulls, the Sentinels, and the Nighthawks. So really, the Sentinels is their only easy game going forward, and the rest are going to be pretty fucking difficult. So, yeah, they're going to have to pull out some more insane stats than what they got now to end up winning some of these games. Next team is a team I did not expect to be this high up, and that is the Desperados. But they've been quietly good. I mean, they're currently 4-5. They don't have a .500 record, but shit. I mean, they're close to matching their record from last season, which I believe was only like 7 or 8 wins, maybe 6 wins. But let's look at their thing. So offensively, points wise, mid, as well as their passing game, mid. But their rushing game is darn good. 4th in the league. Defensively, their points is mediocre. Defensive rushing, mid, and their defensive passing is not great. So, really, it's more of a defensive issue, but the offense is not too shabby. I mean, the passing game needs, of course, some work, but hey, they're 4-5, and they've gotten notable wins against teams. It's just a team I didn't really expect to be doing as good as they're doing right now. But they do got Brock Purdy, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, and that they got Kadarius Toney. Lol, that's funny. They also got Breece Hall, who he was injured for a little bit, but with Blake Corum as his backup, but he's back now. Dalton Schultz as their tight end. Their offensive line, it probably needs some work. For sure. Simmons, though, On defense, they got Cam Hayward. They got Newsom. They got Greg Rousseau. Okereke. Yeah, they got a pretty decent fucking lineup for defense. So they need to start doing fucking better. But yeah, no, like the Desperados, uh, despite all that, they're still number 2 in their division. They're just behind the Nighthawks, who I think the Nighthawks ultimately are the better team than Albuquerque. But we'll just have to see when they face off against each other, because you never know the improvements that Albuquerque can make. They did lose against the Mounties. Oh, they did lose to the Nighthawks, but only by 2. They lost by 10 points to the Huskies, where they scored 21 to their 31. But then they dominated the Steamers, funny enough. Won by 3 points against Melbourne, so that's a good division win. Then they won against the Thunderbirds. So they lost 3, then they won 3. Then they lost the next 2 against the Condors and the Wizards. The Wizards is questionable. But they won against the Sentinels, so maybe they got their shit together with bad teams. Oh, we just passed the 4-hour mark. Damn it. The Dreadnoughts, though, is who they're facing next. Then they go into a bye week. And they face the Antlers, the Bulls, the Antlers. The Voyagers, that should be easy. The Oilers, sort of. The Nighthawks, and the Monarchs. So they could do it. Do I see it happening? Probably not. But I mean, they got 4 wins so far. If they get 3 wins, I don't know if I already said this, but they get 3 wins, they match their record from last year. Oh yeah, I did say that. Yeah, it's getting fucking late, so I'm starting to get tired. I'm starting not to remember what the fuck I'm saying. It's gonna be like the fucking last stream I did. But we only have one more team to look at, and that is the Sacramento Nighthawks. And then we'll be done reviewing every single team. Where the fuck are they? There they are. Then we'll be done with this Relocated review. Okay. Stats-wise, passing. They're one of the best passing teams in the league. They're one of the best points teams in the league. But they're one of the worst rushing offenses in the league. And their defense is kind of not great either. They're 26 in points allowed. They're mid in their passing defense. Ugh. And they're definitely below average in their rushing defense. So it seems like offensively, this team, well, passing-wise, is elite. But they need to figure out their rushing game. Otherwise, people are just going to exploit the passing game. I mean, they got the players that are good for that role, but you never know. Now, unfortunately, this team is heavily fucking injured. They got Christian Kirk out. They got Hunter Henry out. They got John Mechie out. Eddie Jackson's out for defense, as well as Kendrick Coburn, but those aren't the big ones. Hunter Henry and Christian Kirk out for this team is kind of a blow. You're missing 2 great offensive pieces when you know your best thing about you is your passing offense. So not great for the Nighthawks for the next couple weeks. But look at who they got. They got Justin Herbert, who was on the Sentinels last year, made it to the Super Bowl last year. They got Bijan Robinson at running back. Again, why is their team bad at rushing when they got this guy out there? But they got Jalen Waddle, DeMarcus Robinson, Xavier Gibson. I mean, they're missing Christian Kirk, which is kind of unfortunate. They got Schoonmaker in over Hunter Henry. So that's again unfortunate. They're missing big pieces to their offense. Their defense, though, they got Carlton Davis, they got McCreary, Uh, they got Al-Shir, Quinn Diggs. They got an okay defense. They got an okay defense, star wise, but stat wise, not too great. Not too great. They really need to fix that, and they'll for sure win their division. I mean, they're already winning their division, but like you might get the teams like the Desperados who could come up from behind and actually take their spot from them. Who knows? They lost to the Huskies first week. Then Desperados they won against. Monarchs they won. Sentinels they won. They were on a pretty good win streak, and then they got shut out by the Thunderbirds. But then they went on their bye week and they won against the Redwoods pretty dominantly. Lost to the Bulls pretty badly, but then they won against the Antlers in an 8-point game. So it seems like they're still going to be pretty good. I mean, it's just against top teams. They're probably going to struggle with some of them. The Omaha Bulls, them losing that was pretty evident of that. But then, they won against the Redwoods, so who the fuck knows? So they faced the Wizards, the Voyagers, the Shamrocks, the Bisons, the Mounties, the Mounties, the Monarchs, the Dreadnoughts, the Desperados, and the Antlers. So it's like half is good and then half is bad. They're gonna have a tough schedule after those few couple games where they face, the Voyagers and the Shamrocks. They're facing tough teams like the Bisons and all that, and obviously all of them in the division as well. So again, it's gonna be a tough road for the Nighthawks. But they have I feel like they have a good enough offense. I mean, look, Justin Herbert, he's the number 2 quarterback in terms of passing yards, and Jalen Waddle is the number 1 guy leading receiving yards at 688. So it's not like this team's gonna have any troubles going on, and that's the NFC, and that is all the teams individually. And my voice is about to go the fuck out. But we're going to look at one more thing. We're going to look at the current NFL standings, and we're going to look at the overall best and worst teams. Top 5. Or I say bottom 5. The bottom 5 worst teams right now in the league are the Huskies, starting from the 5th worst to the worst. You got the Huskies, the Anchorage Huskies, the Virginia Beach Voyagers, the Dublin Shamrocks, and these two I just can't believe, the St. Louis Sentinels, and the Rio de Janeiro Riverhogs. And your top 5 best teams: the Brooklyn Dreadnoughts, the Montreal Mounties, the Oakland Redwoods, the San Diego Condors, and the Tokyo Dragons. And here are the rest of the standings. I'm going to go through them slowly. But yeah, that is my Relocated review, part 2, for the midway point of the season. I will be returning and doing this in week 13. And the only difference back for then is we'll have the playoff bracket. The first official playoff bracket for the playoffs coming at the end of the season. We'll see what teams at that point are a lock to make it and what teams are finding their way to get in and all that jazz, and some teams that will probably not even have any chances by that point. But until then, that is the Relocated review. Thank God I got this done. I wanted to get this done. As far as the schedule, we got Columbus versus Toronto. We got most divisional games, but then you got Virginia Beach and St. Louis. That's got Toilet Bowl. Vancouver and St. Louis, or Vancouver and Salt Lake City, I meant. Divisional game. Melbourne and Orlando. It's okay game. Omaha, Mexico. Omaha should win that. Dublin and London. That'll be a game to determine who has more of a chance of fighting for a shot at playoffs. Then you got Sunday Night Football. Anchorage Huskies versus the San Antonio Pioneers. Why is that Sunday Night Football? It's because it's how they did it in real life. So don't question me. Tokyo Dragons versus Houston Oilers. I feel like that would be a decent game, a great game. Montreal Mounties versus the Rio de Janeiro Riverhawks. Uh, uh. Austin Armadillos versus the Oklahoma City Bison. Bison, I mean, they're pretty. It's the first in the division versus the last in the division, so it is what it is. Memphis versus Paris. That's a game I'm interested to see. Buenos Aires versus San Diego. That's going to be probably game of the week right there. And then you got Brooklyn versus Albuquerque and San Juan versus Sacramento for your Monday Night Football game. And that is it for this review. I will be back in a month for week 13, and these games will continue back tomorrow. So, yep, that's it. Smiles out.